Good morning, everyone. Mayor Olivia Chow. Welcome to City Hall Committee Room number 1 and Chair of the Executive Committee. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 33 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at the City of Toronto City Hall in Committee Room number 1. And this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the territory, traditional territory of many nations, including Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you're registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appeared on the list, and you can see it online. If you're present in the room, please just come up when I call you, and if you require some tech support, the clerk staff will come and support you. And if any members need tech support, of course, we're there too. Is there any declaration of interest? Seeing none, who can give me a motion to confirm the minutes from the last meeting on June 12th? Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. We'll now run through the agenda. And pardon me. Oh, yes, I will introduce a new item, making grocery price fair, banning surveillance pricing in Toronto. It is from myself and Councillor Alejandra Bravo, who will show up shortly. And don't worry about the seconder. All those in favor, allow me to introduce it, and we'll hold it for you to take some time to take a look at it. And there is a closed session. It is the collective bargaining of the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. We'll go into camera later on if we need to. That's 33.25, okay? We'll put that item as the last item. And in terms of the agenda, let us go through it. Item number 1, this is tempo. There are speakers, and just let me grab my pen. Item 2, Toronto Community Crisis, and there are, do we have a speaker list? Just a second. There are speakers on that one too, okay? Item 3, TCHC, there's speakers on that one. Item 4, Toronto Seniors Housing Corporate Annual Report. Any questions? If not, who can move the motion? This is item 4, the annual general meeting, the audited financial statement. Okay, Budget Chief, Sherry Carroll, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. Item 5, water 2026 capital budget and 2027-2035 capital plan adjustment. Councillor Carroll, move adoption. All those in favor?
Yes.
Opposed, carry.
Yes.
Capital variance, item 6. Any questions? Councillor Carroll, may I?
Yes, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carry. Item 7, operating variance. Any questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes.
You're on a roll there. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And then there's a capital variance report for the 4-month ending April 30th. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Operating variance report for the 4-month ending. Councillor Carroll.
Yes,
all those in favor, opposed, carry. That leads me to item 10, property taxes 2027 interim levy bylaw. Councillor Carroll again. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. 11, reserve funds. We have quite a few of them as of December 31st. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Heads and beds, levy on institution. I know Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley, in the long tradition, is going to...
I have my annual motion to move, Madam Mayor. The last AMO meeting I was at, and provincial staff actually told me they were studying this.
Oh,
so there might be progress.
Progress. Yes. See the motion in front of you.
Howard's motion.
Yeah, that was a Howard Moscow Memorial motion picked up by Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley. Good for you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. And item as amended, opposed, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Levy on railroad, here is another one. Roads and rights of way on power, utility, transmission, and distribution corridors. Anyone from Hydro? Okay, Deputy Mayor Ainsley.
It's on the screen. It looks very familiar.
Yep. All those in favor, opposed, carry.
Item is amended.
Item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, carry. 14. AOC, settlement of operating results ending 2024-2025. This is the Association of Community Centers. Councillor Carroll, since you've been on the move, since this is operating dollars, how about if you move that?
I actually read the reports.
Yes, okay, all those in favor, opposed, we like our AOCs. Okay. Arena boards, the same thing. Okay, Councillor Carroll again. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And item 16, there is a speaker. I will hold this. And item 17, establishing limit legal service. It's a good thing at the 519 Church Street Community Center. Who would like to move that? It is allowing them to do what is right, which is great. All those in favor, opposed, carry. That was from Councillor Carroll. Item 18, Customer Experience Division Biannual Data Review. Insights. You know, someone is holding it. Councillor Fletcher. Okay. Leveraging Toronto's water data to improve customer services. Councillor Fletcher. Sure. Okay. All those in favor of the adoption of that report? Opposed, carry. Build Toronto, Inc. That is a wonderful team there. Audited financial statement. Councillor Carroll. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Lakeshore Arena, audited financial statement. Councillor Carroll again. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And Pan Am Sports, annual general meeting, audited financial statements. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And then the board of directors. Oh, we are appointing some people. Okay. Councillor Bravo.
I'd like to know why. So that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher is breaking the pattern and is holding it. Yes? Okay. Why do we want to amend the composition? We'll find out. The Portsland Company Annual General Meeting, audited financial statement, Councillor Carroll. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Collective bargaining, that one we will do a closed section unless no one have any questions. Well, if no one have any questions, we don't need to do so. Okay?
I've already been briefed, so
anyone wants to hold it? No one is holding it. Okay. All those in favor of the...
No, we have to hold it. We have to do it.
Why do we have to hold it? Excuse me, if no one is holding it, why can't we approve
We
it?
can't adopt the confidential.
Yeah.
But there's no
You want us to hold it?
There's no confidential yet.
No, it's not confidential.
Ah! You might have read something. Okay, we will take it. We're going a bit too fast.
So my briefing has more than the report has.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we are holding it. I'll hold it under your name, Councillor Carroll. Okay. Motion from Councillor, exploring opportunities related to the Spirit Garden in Nathan Phillips Square. Councillor Perks, you have a motion?
Yeah,
or
I
you
just
want to
have
hold it?
a small amendment.
Yep,
It
can I see
strikes
it?
the second clause.
Okay, it's in front of you. Okay, are we all right with that? Very small amendment. Make sure everyone consulted. All those in favor of the motion all those in favor of the amendment, the motion as amended, clause as amended, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Exploring opportunities to convey city-owned lands operated by Indigenous nonprofit organization for housing or shelter purpose, item 27. Anyone? Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley moving it. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Advancing more supportive housing to address homelessness and create pathways to long-term housing stability.
I have a
Councillor
small
Perks.
amendment. I have a small amendment. I'd like to hold it if I can, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
29. The city's Housing Rights Advisory Committee, first term accomplishment and key priorities. Councillor Perks, do you want to move that?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Speakers?
Oh, speaker,
there's a
pardon me.
speaker. Okay.
We have a speaker, Cheryl Case. Okay. Thank you. Update on assessment of centralized dispatch system for on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicle for hire service as item 30. Anyone wants to hold or ask question on this item? I don't see. Okay, Deputy Mayor Ainsley. All those in favor, opposed, carry. FCM, Deputy Mayor Ainsley. Thank you for doing that again. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Good Roads Association, thank you for doing that. The Board of Directors meeting. I know, we should give him a round of applause. We have the chair of the Ontario Good Road Association right here. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carry. And then my item, which we'll hold for the time being. And, okay, we have some speakers. So what we have held is item, just to be clear, 1, 2, 3, and then we have item 16, which is, there's a speaker. We have item 18, that's held for Fletcher. We have item 23, held for Fletcher. And item 25, which will be at the end, it is the Councillor Carroll on Firefighters. And item 28, DM Morley. And then we have the last item, which is 33. This is about price gouging, and that's for Chow. Okay, we are good. Let us have the first speaker. Alex Savenue. Hello, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to City Hall.
Thank
You
you.
have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of Executive Committee. My name is Alex Savenue. I'm a planner and senior associate with Bousfields. We are planning consultants to this application. I'm joined today by David Myers from Kilmer Group, Jenny Hyatt from HOK, the project architect, and Teresa Resch, President of the Toronto Tempo. David, Jenny, and myself are here to answer questions, and briefly I will pass it off to Teresa for a presentation. Again, I'll keep my comments brief. I wanted to thank the Deputy Mayor and staff for their hard work on this file over the past several months, which led to Toronto and East York Community Council approving the related official plan amendment and rezoning application on the site at their meeting 2 weeks ago on July 8th. The purpose of that application was to permit the Toronto Tempo Performance Centre and new public parkland on the site at 701 Fleet. We've read the staff report in front of Executive Committee today. We have no issues with the recommendations. Again, we're happy to answer any questions, and if there's none right now, I will pass it off to Teresa Resch. Thank you.
Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, Teresa. Welcome to City Hall. Thank you for coming.
Oh, it's always awesome to be here. So good morning. I am Teresa Resch. I'm the president of the Toronto Tempo. And well, first I just want to thank the executive committee members for having me, specifically Mayor Chow, Deputy Mayor Malik, for the partnership and leadership on this very specific project. It's been incredibly welcoming to us, the whole city, especially as the newest professional sports team. So when Toronto was awarded Canada's first ever WNBA franchise in May of 2024, we made a commitment that this would be more than a basketball team. We committed to building an organization that would inspire young people, create economic opportunity, and make Toronto a global leader in women's sport. So just 2 months into our inaugural season, we've only just begun. Every game we played at Coca-Cola Coliseum, located on Exhibition Place grounds, has been sold out, welcoming more than 65,000 people to the arena. Our crowds have been among the loudest in the WNBA, and fans representing every corner of the city. Last night, we actually played defending champion Las Vegas Aces with MVP Asia Wilson. She's incredible. She's the Michael Jordan of women's basketball, and she said she was stunned by the crowd there. These fans are families, they're newcomers to Canada, and people experiencing professional women's sports for the first time. They've all come together under one roof. The Tempo has become a reflection of Toronto itself, diverse, inclusive, and proudly global. But today, it's simply about celebrating our first season. It's about ensuring that the legacy we create belongs to the people of Toronto. This proposal before you is a partnership. The Tempo ownership will privately finance, build, operate, and maintain a world-class performance center while creating lasting public assets that residents will enjoy for generations. The report before you outlines these benefits clearly. More than 2,260 hours of guaranteed community programming every year, year-round access specifically focused on women, girls, and youth, a new public park delivered approximately a decade sooner than otherwise anticipated, new outdoor basketball courts, public washrooms, landscaping, and gathering spaces, all while leveraging significant private investment on city-owned land. Equally important, this project has limited financial impact on the city. The Tempo is responsible for the construction, financing, operations, and long-term maintenance of this facility, while also contributing financially towards city programming in future years. For us, this is not simply a practice facility. This will be a beautiful building in one of the most beautiful parts of our city. This will serve as a place for young girls and boys can learn the game in the same facility that professional athletes perfect their craft. Where community organizations can access year-round court time, where coaches can develop the next generation of Canadian talent, and where every child walking through the doors can see what is possible when a city invests in spaces for them to play. Cities are remembered for the choices they make. Today, Toronto has an opportunity. I didn't think I was going to get emotional, but this is very emotional for me. Today, Toronto has an opportunity to build this is going to be one of the first purpose-built WNBA performance centers in the world while creating new public recreation space. This is going to accelerate park development in my own community. I will use this park, and strengthen our city's reputation as a global leader in sport, equity, and inclusion. On behalf of our ownership group, our players, our staff, and the thousands of fans who have already embraced the tempo, I ask for your support today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are just mightily proud of the temple and your leadership. First time I actually clapped. Not supposed to as the chair of the committee. Couldn't help it. Questions? Councillor Carroll and Deputy Mayor Ainsley.
I do have just a couple, because there are some questions about this. Are similar things happening? I mean, we're seeing, unprecedented growth in women's sports, but especially in basketball, it's growing quickly in other cities. Are other cities investing in it in this way so that we have a joint sort of community initiative and team initiative going on, practice facilities and other things like that?
It's a mixed bag. So some of, I would say a performance center for the professional women's sports team is becoming a necessary thing that every team needs in order to compete at the highest level. The way that those are facilitated, depending upon ownership group and city, are different. All the teams outside of the tempo are in the US. So a city like Dallas has paid for and funded the entire performance center. There's other, the Las Vegas Aces was one of the first teams to get a facility that was all privately funded. So it depends upon the city and the ownership group.
Right. Maybe it's not a coincidence that you just named a bunch of cities that have municipal sales tax, but I digress. Yeah, ticket sales are strong though, but we can expect this franchise is really going to flourish for some time based on the ticket sales we have so far. Have you got an overall picture of that?
Yeah, so we're sold out of season tickets at Coca-Cola Coliseum. We're in our renewals now. We expect them to renew at over 90%, which is kind of unheard of in professional sports, but we look forward to that. We have been sold out, like I said, at every game at Coca-Cola Coliseum. It's a capacity of 8,200. Average ticket price is about $75. If you don't include premium, it's about $65. And then we'll have 3 games at Scotiabank Arena as well. And tickets for those games are $25 to get in for some of the upper bowl. So we are sold out for our game in August. And there's some tickets left if you have not gotten yours for the game next Thursday on July 30th.
So, and that this is so accessible, that may be what I've noticed, because I have basketball around me and my family and such, and it's just as exciting for the boys as for the girls. They're all buying tickets. This is about the most accessible team sport going in the city right now at a professional level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely biased, but I completely agree. What's been incredible is, a lot of the focus has been on young girls, but what's incredible is there's so many young boys there too, and they now will never know a world without professional women's sports.
Yes.
So for them, and I'm not a young boy, so I don't know, but I assume that they will grow up and expect women to have a similar opportunity as men in a way that my generation didn't and yours didn't either.
Okay, and last but not least, I just have one other question about the community access. I know that the OVO facility, that where we use city lands, they have a whole range of community programs, from just allowing community use at certain times, but they also do things like they allow corporate sponsorships to organize days where they fan out and do essay contests for all of the amateur leagues, so that little girls, little boys, in their case for the Raptors, can come and do a training session with a Raptor. They do things like that. They're happening constantly. We never hear about. They just happen. And while they might have corporate sponsors, it's sort of part of the community use and the inspiration and the goal setting that happens. Is there going to be time and a program to allow for that here?
Yeah, what's great is, I spent 10 years with the Raptors, so I know exactly what you're talking about really well.
Yeah, you know the events they do.
Yeah, the great thing about the tempo is our season is half as long, so we have 44 games instead of 82. And our season also goes from May to October. So our off season is, November through, let's say, March-ish, whereas the Raptors, their season goes from September until, June 16th when we won the NBA Finals. So the thing I'm excited about is our off-season is during the winter, which is when like young kids need a place to play inside. And then we also, our season's just half as long. So I think there's going to be incredible opportunity for all the programs that you just said. And we'll work very closely with the city and their incredible curriculums to make sure we bring some of those to life.
Fantastic. Thank you. Those are my questions.
I'm already imagining what's possible. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So Teresa, no questions, more of a congratulations. Our youngest son and myself were at your game last night. It was great to see it sold out. Another game sold out. The atmosphere was amazing. The quality of the basketball was outstanding, and looking forward to more games. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad you could come and see it in person.
Great, thank you. We'll deal with the item in a minute. Any other speaker on this item? Sorry, question, any questions? Any other deputants? No? Any question to the staff?
There's a Jenny. Do you call Jenny already?
I don't see Jenny Hyatt here. HOK Architects. Do you want to speak, or are you just here to answer questions? Yeah, she's just here to answer questions, okay? And question to the staff. Oh, sorry. Councillor Malik and, Deputy Mayor Malik and Ainsley.
Okay, thank you very much. If you don't mind resetting the time.
I
have a few questions. Thank you to staff for this report. Can you share what this land was slated for and what community need was identified for Parks and Recreation, by Parks and Recreation for this, this particular neighborhood?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, this property, city-owned property, has been identified to be converted to parkland, both in the official plan as well as the exhibition place master plan and the local secondary plan. We are certainly meeting a very, very high demand for additional new parkland in the west end of the downtown, as well as a specific focus on high-quality outdoor and, in this case, indoor recreation facilities, which are lacking in the neighborhood.
With a Four Seasons approach as well, right?
Most certainly.
Okay. So how does the proposed investment stack up against the city's evaluated market rate?
Thank you. Through the chair, this is a market deal. When the opportunity first came to the city, our first step was to apprise the land through our normal course processes with our appraisal team. As structured right now, the first term is paid at market rates, but in contribution rather than cash. The contribution, the physical contributions by the tempo, that's the construction of the park, as well as the construction of the community facilities and the community access hours exceed the market value of the land.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear. Does that mean that the city is not subsidizing the tempo at all?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you share how the community access agreement on this site stacks up with similar sites around the city? My colleague mentioned OVO, but I know that there's a number of these. Can you share with us how this measures up?
The proposed lease secures over 2,200 hours of community access, in this case run by the city as recreation programming and other access, and that's 12 months of the year. As staff was negotiating the proposed lease with the tempo, we were very focused on other precedents in the city. OVO Centre has been mentioned. Ontario Tennis Association is another recent example. This surpasses those examples in terms of hours as well as the year-round nature. You know, a number of us have leadership at Exhibition Place as well. I'd like to just hear a little bit more about how staff have engaged Exhibition Place and users of the site, like the CNE, who do have a use of the parking lot as it stands right now.
Thank you. As soon as the site was identified, we have been working very closely with Exhibition Place. Although these lands have always been slated for park development and public recreation purposes, we do know that they are actively used and managed by Exhibition Place. and do play an important role for the CNE and other core users at the exhibition grounds. So we have been actively discussing with leadership at Exhibition Place around mitigation strategies. We know those strategies could involve both replacement additional land as well as different on-site mitigation measures, and we'll continue to stay focused on that work in the coming months. This upcoming CNE is not interrupted at all. It will go on as planned.
Thank you. What have we seen as a city since the launch of the Tempo on the impact to our city of this team, and as was mentioned, you know, the continued kind of strengthening of Toronto and particularly Exhibition Place in this part of the city as a hub for women's sports? What are we seeing in terms of, you know, some of our city building efforts related to the sport and the team coming on the scene?
Mayor, I'll jump in maybe on this. You know, you've heard, even in these early days of the Toronto Tempo, the absolute impact it's having, not only in that area, yet another destination draw for Exhibition Place and Coca-Cola Coliseum, but more importantly, across the entire city. I actually sit on the board of directors of a grassroots organization that partnered with the Tempo and the Commissioner's Cup, and it's transformed that organization's ability to deliver summer programming across the city in our priority neighborhoods. An example, small in nature, but it's the kinds of things that we're seeing from the Tempo. They're driving, again, another opportunity for people to come to the city, visit the city, eat in restaurants, do the other things that come with all the professional sports franchises we have. So make no mistake, when we have that many home games for a professional franchise that is continually sold out, did set, I understand, a WNBA record at the Bell Centre in Montreal. Now we got to do better in Toronto, but I think they have to expand Scotiabank Arena just a little bit. 20,996 people at the Bell Centre. That's the kind of economic engine that this team will become. And alongside all our other professional sports franchises, the economic activity is going to continue to improve. The last thing I'll say is that the Tempo have made a commitment to improving the health and well-being of women as part of their corporate approach. And those types of investments and partnerships across our city will also have a social benefit that I think goes beyond what's happening on the court.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Ainsley.
Madam Mayor.
Hi. To speak, I just want to say a few words. And speakers, Deputy Mayor Molly, and the other speaker, Malik and Carol. Tempo is not just a basketball team. It's a dream for tens of thousands of young girls and moms and Torontonians coming true. I went to the first game, the opening. The energy, the pride, the passion was phenomenal. The place was just, I thought if it could levitate, it would, right? It was just bouncing. It's hard to describe the feeling that was in it. It's hard to capture. But this is, of course, under the tremendous leadership of Teresa Rash. Thank you, because you spent quite a few years preparing, and you and your team, with, of course, CUMA and other groups, are Larry Teinbaum, for example, and others, really believed in it, and they just kept at it. To think about what this deal is about, it's a true win-win. What was there before? A really ugly parking lot, okay? Really ugly parking lot. And the city have said, oh, we need to turn it into a park, a community facilities. Yeah, we don't have the $100 million. And we've been talking about it, we've been planning it, we've been saying we have to do it, but because the local community needs it. There's huge number of residents just moved in the last 20 years. And by gosh, they would love to see something happening in this very ugly parking lot. So what do we have? We have Tempo spending $100 million. They are building a beautiful architecture, high-performance athletic center, international standards, a beautiful park with basketball court outside, two courts inside, mini pitch, public washroom, yes, that's important too, open year-round. It's going to be a destination, it's a place. And on top of that, we've secured, through quite a bit of conversation, 2,260 hours of community use in a internationally high-performance athletic center in that court, in those two courts. That is incredible. Because Tempo and the team, Teresa and Larry, they are not just thinking about Tempo as the basketball team. They're thinking about a future generation. They're thinking about community. They're thinking about inspiration that the young girls would see watching the game, only $25. Wow. Can you imagine? Watching the game and being able to dream that they too can become a professional player and to be able to come together, to learn teamwork, to excel, to have the discipline and the passion for basketball. It's phenomenal. In that sense of belonging, it's also very important. As a little immigrant kid arriving to Canada, knowing no one, and feeling very lonely, missing my dog and everything. Grade 9, can't barely speak English. I joined a basketball team. Whoa, that made me feel, oh, I'm part of something, right? So there are lots of girls out there wanting to join, wanting to play, especially teenagers, girls, very important to stay physically active. So thank you to the Tempo team, to Teresa and your group, Kuma and the rest of the team. Thank you for turning this into a reality. Hurry up and build it. I can't wait to see it open, or the training facilities, and see you at the Tempo game. We have 3 other speakers. So, of course, please support the recommendations in front of you. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you, I just wanted to echo your congratulations and thanks to the Toronto Tempo. I regret I didn't get a chance to fully hear your full deputation today, Teresa. I will be listening back on YouTube. We've just been working through some things here on the agenda today. But as a Torontonian out from Etobicoke, where we are incredibly proud sports people, and as someone who also played basketball as a young girl growing up in community, our basketball court was one of the few pieces of recreation in my neighborhood, and so we got a lot of usage out of it. And believe it or not, back in grade 8, the thing I had my sights set on in my future was going to the WNBA. I did not have politician on my bingo card, but here we are. And it has been such a joy, to be a leader in the city and to see the inaugural season of the Toronto Tempo, the incredible talent that is underscoring and supporting it, Toronto's homegrown folks, helping to really push it forward and creating a culture that we're all so incredibly proud to be part of. So again, congratulations. We're really excited about this facility and all that it will represent and mean for Torontonians, young and old. And we're really, really excited. Let's go Tempo. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. With how many former basketball players we have, maybe we can have our own team. Something to think about. Thank you very much to staff for the report. And I have yes, exactly. I got our coach here. That's perfect. I do have a few motions that Clerks has put on the screen. And these motions protect the importance of this land for Exhibition Place and our milestone events like the CNE and the Royal Agricultural Fair by ensuring that we continue that work together to be able to host these incredible events and activate Exhibition Place all year round, knowing that this site has been useful in that regard and an important important part of how those events are successful. And the motions also explore adding a soccer mini pitch in the surrounding area to continue to showcase the neighborhood as a home to many sports teams. This is especially timely as Fort York just came off of the hosting of the FIFA Fan Festival in Toronto. And whether it is once-in-a-generation events like the World Cup or our all-year-round sports teams that have their home, many of them at Coca-Cola Coliseum and Biannual Field, my downtown community of Fort York is a gateway for players, for teams, for fans, and for visitors who love the sport in Toronto. And Exhibition Place is home to some of our city's favorite teams and some of our newest, the Toronto Scepters, Toronto FC, the Marlies, who are also champions themselves, and now the Toronto Tempo. And with this unprecedented partnership with the Toronto Tempo, we get an incredible world-class NBA facility and a high-quality recreation and public space and a park. And for downtown residents like me, for our neighbors, our public spaces are so precious to us. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Our community centers and our parks are our backyards. There are gathering spaces, there are living rooms, they're the places that we get to connect. And this is another step in supporting that in some of our busiest and fastest growing neighborhoods. And I know the incredible demand in our growing Fort York community for high quality recreation, public spaces and parks. I hear it every single day. And the new facility is a game changer for residents of the Fort York community and for Toronto's waterfront neighborhoods and for everyone who visits that part of the city. Neighbors will be able to access outdoor courts, public washrooms, and new park space. And this is a critical part of our continued work to connect our communities to the waterfront, creating that park pathway that we have been committed to all the way from Adelaide to Lake Ontario. And we've secured historic access to a world-class training facility, including gym, training space, multi-purpose rooms, in addition to the courts that we have been talking about. And I want to extend my heartfelt thank you to Mayor Chow, to Larry, Judy, and Ken Tenenbaum, to President Teresa Resch and her incredible team, but particularly her incredible leadership, love, and care for this city and for what the Tempo is and can be. And for the many, many City of Toronto staff and the Tempo staff who worked very hard to make this possible, as well as my team. Thank you all. In my earliest conversations, I want to share something that has stuck with me from those discussions with the Toronto Tempo. With Teresa and the team, they said it's all about community and working together to benefit all of us through this incredible team and undertaking. And that is the heart of my work. It's the heart of what brings so many of us to this work. And for me as City Councillor and Deputy Mayor, I'm so proud that we've been able to land this and accomplish this together. Together, we are creating a space that will serve our communities for years to come. It also sets the bar high for what these partnerships look like and the benefit to our neighborhoods, our communities, and to our city. And together with this, we are inspiring the next generation of young women, girls, and boys to be able to see themselves at the highest levels of competition in their own city and maybe even inspire the next ski nurses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to explain why I asked the question about some of the sponsored events, because we're getting so much more here than just the specific community hours, because you know that once these teams take up their residency in these places, they're constantly organizing events to inspire and to build the sport. We know that from OVO Center. The terms of this, we have done this before. There are some people questioning this, but we've done it before. And we learn each time, which is why the terms are a little more unique here, a little different, little better resourced, because we're working with a partner here with huge investors. Name investors. Kyle Lowry is involved in this. Masai Ujiri is involved in this. Big names are involved here in putting their name and their dollars into the mix here, because they want to get in on the ground floor of something that we know is finally set up for long-term success. But I asked about the sponsored events because I know how inspirational they are. And we really have to take our hats off, because they're doing this with the sponsorships that they can draw, but they're helping us with what is our responsibility. I truly believe that it is our responsibility as city builders to inspire. If we're not inspiring youth through every sport and through every kind of community access that we can muster for them, arts, culture, sports, if we're not doing that, then we're not setting up the city for success. We're not giving every young person the idea that they have opportunity. I mentioned those sponsors events because I truly believe it's all the success that my own grandchildren are enjoying right now, which is significant. When he was only, God, I think he was only about 10, my oldest grandson had to take part in an essay contest. The moms got all the kids together into a room. The coach said, "Moms, handle this." And they made each of the kids write an essay saying why they're in basketball, why they work so hard, and how hard they were prepared to work going forward. And they won the contest. And the joke was everybody who entered actually won. They just worked out time slots so that through the year, every team that entered got to go. But when their team went, Tristan was lucky enough that the Raptor that came and played with them was DeMar DeRozan. One of my favorite pictures is the two of them standing on the sidelines working. But I truly credit that, because his little brother was there as well, with the thing that said to them, "I can do this." It was a free opportunity, but they had to do something to get there. And he is now a respected coach in junior ball in this city, going to Waterloo on a full scholarship that he had to work hard for, but went for. And who knows what's going to happen to his younger brother who's working with Rajon Rondo now. But both of them in a Toronto facility got that inspiration to say, go for this. Yeah, there's no income at your house, you're living with your single mom, but you can do this. And these teams where they have the facility, and we're talking about a facility where they have the facility to provide this, they do again and again and again. The business community takes part in it. Our community, through the community access, all of our community groups will take part in it. And last but not least, the biggest benefit here, the thing we don't have enough of, good conditioned outdoor courts. Councillor Morley talks about being inspired one. But we have fewer outdoor basketball courts in good condition in this city than we have tennis courts. And yet it is such an accessible sport. They all ought to be upgraded, and there ought to be more of them. Anywhere you can plop in a 3-on-3, you should, because it is inspiring people. But you put them in, and because there are so few of them, they're ready to be reconditioned again in about 5 years. If we had more of them, they probably would last longer, each and every one of them. And last but not least, we should be putting metal chains on the hoops so that they don't get torn out every summer. But that's another story. But this is going to give us two of those in a highly populated area where, surprisingly, Councillor Malik's ward, who knew it would have the number of children and youth that it has? It's surprising. We didn't expect it, but they're there. So we have to provide this facility if we're going to provide any kind of inspiration and cause them to set goals.
Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. No other speaker. Okay, let us do a recorded vote. How's that? Okay, all those in favor?
Oh, we're going to do
Oh, sorry?
Mayor Malik's motion?
Yeah, pardon me. This doesn't need to be a recorded vote. All those in favor of Councillor Malik's motion? Opposed, carry, thank you. And the recorded vote, I think I don't even need to name everyone. All those in favor? Oh, I do. Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Mallow, Deputy Mayor, Morley, Ainsley, and Malik, and Councillor Shen, Perks, Fletcher, Carroll, Bravo, Mayor Chow. Oh, well. Councillor Mallow, sorry. Yes. Did I miss it? I got Councillor Shan too. I started looking at her. Councillor Matlow, yes, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming this morning. And great. Right. Item 2. Yes, we can clap. Woo! Right, item 2, Toronto Community Crisis Service, growing Toronto's community-based crisis response team. We have 5 speaker. Fuat Aka, are you here? Okay, come on over. TDC, yes, and crisis response team. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Mayor Chow, members of the executive community. My name is Fuad. I am a resident of Ward 11, University of Rosedale, and I am also a student, former student of U of T, current student of TMU. So it's safe to say that I am a frequent transit user, especially in the U portion of Line 1, which is where the pilot program of the Toronto Community Crisis Service has been taking place for over the past year. And I have personally benefited and seen the benefits of the pilot program. From my experience, stations along this very, very busy corridor feel noticeably calmer and safer, way safer than just a few years ago. And more importantly, people experiencing mental health crises are increasingly met by trained crisis workers instead of an immediate police response. And I believe that's the right approach. The report before you shows that nearly 50,000 people have already accessed the service, so clearly indicating that it's needed, with the overwhelming majority of eligible calls being resolved without police involvement. And those are impressive results, and they demonstrated that community-based crisis response works. And I really do encourage the city to build on this clear success. First, I hope to see that the transit crisis program be expanded beyond the current pilot. There are many stations outside the downtown that see a large volume of traffic, stations such as Vaughan Metro, Kennedy, Kipling. Those important nodes see a lot of people going in and out, and a lot of people may need help as well in those peripheral stations. And secondly, I encourage the city to consider expanding the program to the Toronto streetcar network. Our streetcar network is the largest existing one in North America. It's a legacy. It's something that we should be proud of. I know there are some issues with it being a bit slow, but I think safety is also incredibly important. Unfortunately, last year, I witnessed an individual experiencing what appeared to be a severe mental health crisis on the streetcar, and it escalated to the point where the individual was no longer safe for themselves and for the people on the streetcar, and no one really knew what to do. The individual, the riders, the driver. And when someone is, it made it clear to me that when someone's in crisis, everyone is affected. The transit rider, the operators, and the passengers. And reliable service is important, and I'm really happy to see that over the course of FIFA, the service has been way better, way more reliable, but safety is what increases ridership. And people want to be safe when they're taking transit, and they want to be taking transit in a city that they want to be proud of as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Morley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and through you to the Speaker. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for sharing your experience and what you've noticed in the system. I appreciate you speaking in support of the expansion. Are there any other tools or resources that you think might be helpful for us to be thinking about to support this work of wrapping around folks that are in crisis and making sure our wider community is feeling safe?
I think one important thing would be also the Safe TTC app, which is really good so far, but I would love to see a more prompt response because people are always moving on transit. It's not something that they're necessarily sitting in for long periods of time. So if they're seeing someone on their commute experiencing a mental health crisis, they won't really have the time to sit and wait for someone to reply to them on the app. If they could just perhaps create like some sort of way that they can report it and then get on with their day, and then it'll be addressed at a later time. Or maybe we can review some footage, or if problem still lingers, someone could immediately send a response to that. I think, yeah, better integration with the app, and probably just more campaigns to advertise that the app exists, to raise awareness about it, because it's a very useful app, but I don't think many people know about it. And a lot of their complaints are probably derived from the fact that they don't know that the app exists.
Makes sense.
So, yeah,
That's really helpful. Thank you so much. That's all, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Wilkie Whale. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you're getting to time. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Hello, Deputy Mayor and members of the committee. My name is Wilkie Whale, and I live in Ward 11, University of Rosedale. First, I would like to say that I am really happy that the TCCS has been so successful. It makes me so proud of this city to see it develop such a revolutionary service, one that actually prioritizes the people who are suffering rather than persecuting them. The TCCS, in my opinion, has been one of the biggest wins of this current council term. This report, of course, also discusses the pilot program for the TTC on the downtown subway stations. The level of success that this pilot program has achieved is significant, and I'm here today to ask that it be expanded across the TTC network. I'd like to share an incident that happened to me on the TTC that would have been solved much easier if the station we were at had a crisis worker. So a few weeks ago, I was traveling on a bus to Kennedy Station with actually the previous speaker, Fuad, and we witnessed a person on the bus who was shouting racist comments who appeared to be in some kind of distress. He was making us and many of the other bus passengers uncomfortable, and people were trying to intervene and get him to stop. When we eventually got to Kennedy and got to the station platform, this person went to TTC staff and lied that some of the people who were confronting him had guns, and that was not true. But the TTC staff had to take that seriously. And, well, me and the other passengers who saw everything that happened had to explain to police officers who responded with full assault rifles that, there wasn't any incident here. It was just a racist person lying, and it was scary having that happen. If Kennedy Station and the rest of the TTC network had proactive TCCS crisis workers, then this entire situation could have been avoided, as me and the other passengers would have gone to them and been like, well, there's a person in crisis who's saying things, and the situation would not have got out of control. Instead, and for no reason, armed police were called to a situation where they were the biggest danger. I would also like to see the TCCS expanded into streetcars, where I've also seen many people in crisis. I have been using transit for a while, and sometimes I see somebody who is in crisis, or I have some kind of altercation with them, and I'm very reluctant to go to police about it because, well, I don't want the police to persecute them because I am aware of the history that has. So I'm very glad to see that the TCS is a thing, and it's a major win for Toronto, I think. So I think it's imperative that its reach can be expanded across the TTC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you so much for joining us. Our next speaker is Naomi Darling. Naomi, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and please begin when you're ready. And I'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Okay, good.
Yeah, please begin when you're ready.
I'm ready. So, hi there. My name's Naomi. Firstly, I just want to say a big thank you for everybody coming out today to take the time to discuss this really exciting report. Throughout my time in Toronto, I've been a resident, a student, and an employee all in the downtown area, where unfortunately witnessing people in mental health crises becomes a familiar sight. One of the hardest parts of being downtown is seeing so many people who need help with housing, food, or mental health services and not being able to help them. Mental health crises in particular are very distressing, both for the victim and for the witnesses. Due to the volatile, unpredictable nature of episodes, it can create not just a fear for the person's own well-being, but also your own safety. And it's just the fact that the vast majority of people, including cops, just don't have the training to know what to do in those situations. That's why I was so happy to learn about the success of the 211 mental health crisis team. There are numerous incidents that had I known about the program, I would have called to get help. For example, far too often as to become familiar to me, a man used to visit outside my apartment when I lived on Jarvis Street, and he came at about 2 a.m. every morning, and he started screaming about wanting to kill himself. And it was very distressing for me and my roommate because we could see that obviously he was in a lot of distress and he wasn't trying to harm anybody else, but we felt like we had nowhere to turn to because we knew from like lots of different reports that the cops, sometimes they get called for help for somebody who's in distress and the person ends up dead instead. So we felt like there was no real option for us, but if we had known about that service or if it had existed at the time, we definitely would have called. And I think a lot of other people, if they knew about this service and how successful it is, they'd also change from being bystanders to being people who are actively involved in getting people help. And I find the results of this program really exciting because there's so many times where it feels like Toronto is scared of taking bold action or trying anything innovative to tackle the crises we have. And here we have an innovative solution. It was given a chance and it proved that it can work. And we know just policing people and locking them up won't solve our problems. We've been doing that for decades. These kinds of programs actually tackle the root cause of people's the sense of lack of safety, and it helps in ethical, empathetic ways. So I hope that we all really absorb the success of this program and that it inspires you to give more alternative programs a chance to prove themselves and push Toronto to take bold action. So my last takeaway, I urge all of you, please heed the success of the program, support its development, help it expand to all sections of the TTC, because right now it's just on the one U of the Line 1, but it should be everywhere. So prove that in Toronto, when something works, we actually implement it so that the city can become safer for everyone.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Pranitha Radhakrishnan. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to come today to speak about my experience using the Toronto Community Crisis Service and to show my support for the program and encourage its expansion. Prior to the establishment of the TCCS in 2022, I and many people I know would hesitate to call 911, especially pertaining to matters concerning mental health. It's seen as a bit of a taboo. Police officers can often feel like a threat to people who are in distress, and it can make them feel like they're in trouble, like we're just trying to arrest them and get rid of the problem. And unfortunately, police officers can make these situations more stressful or at worst even traumatizing. I have also heard of many instances in the news where our officers have escalated issues with folks struggling with mental illness and have even killed them. I have a loved one who struggles with severe mental health issues, and calling 911 did not feel like an option for me for all of those reasons, especially even when we were experiencing difficult moments. Knowing my own family member, I knew that they were not comfortable with the police, that calling the police on them would cause them significant distress, and that it would also dampen their trust in me, which is something that could be detrimental as I try to help them on their the journey to recovery. So consequently, this possible risk of calling the police would have been a major deterrent. And prior to the TCCS, this would have meant that I, like many other people, would have chosen not to ask for help, even when we needed it. But fortunately, one particularly difficult night about a year ago, close to 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning, I called 211. And it was a very smooth process. TCCS workers arrived at our home. They spoke with my family member. They checked in with us. They provided materials with contacts for other services. And my family member calmed down. As I was preparing for this deputation, I thought, what else could I say about it? And really, there isn't much to note about it because it was very smooth. And I think that in and of itself is remarkable and speaks to how the TCCS is this really compassionate service, right? And works to de-escalate. I'd also like to note that I was glad that in that moment we were able to access a crisis worker, which is what we needed, and not police services or medical services, which we did not need. And frankly, other Torontonians probably could have used those services. They may have been in crucial need of those services, and we weren't occupying their time. Today I'm really heartened to hear about the successes of the TCCS across Toronto, and I would like to encourage the city to continue to expand this program and develop it. For example, I'd like to echo what the other deputants said and say that I would love to see the TCCS expanded onto public transit. I strongly believe that the TCCS offers many people the option to ask for help that they may not have been able to otherwise. And this includes people who are struggling with mental illness themselves or their loved ones, such as in my case, or even like the concerned stranger on public transit. Yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Councillor Bravo has a question.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much for not only being here to speak to the program at this expansion and across the subway system, but also to your own experience. It's incredibly valuable to hear that. I wanted to focus on what you raised around quality. So you probably know, because you've paid attention to this, that this program started as a pilot, so part of the city, expanded to citywide. Now it's working in the U, and along the way, there's been a very deliberate effort to study and to understand how to ensure quality is there. Do you look forward to the expansion now that's being proposed in this item, and for the staff to really take a look about its success, what we can learn before we sort of jump to a further expansion? Because I think that's been the real impact of bringing all the partners along, and making sure that when you attend that 2-on-1 interaction, that you really show up in the best possible way.
Yeah, I 100% agree with all of these. I think that there's always room, of course, to improve the quality of service and make sure that people in crisis are able to access the best service that they can. In particular, I think having like bilingual crisis workers or workers who are able to speak in languages that are, particularly important in their community would be helpful. I myself am Tamil. Being able to access Tamil crisis workers would be fantastic, especially because we have a high immigrant population.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that a big part of what will come out of this is the making sure that by spreading resources wide, we're not in a situation where we're not we're in any way debilitating the impact, because of, as you really beautifully shared, it's that interaction is a high duty of, like, there's a high amount of care that needs to be brought to bear. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is August Purnath from TTC Riders. Thank you for joining us, August. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Hello, my name is August Purnath, and I'm here speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, and we're an organization advocating for better transit across the city. We're happy to see this update, and I want to thank the mayor and all the councillors who worked so hard to get TCCS on the subway system. And I want to thank and echo all of the deputants who came out today to share their stories, who've personally seen how meaningful the crisis service has been to them when it's someone close to them, someone in their family who has been in crisis, and people who felt, in greater danger and concern for themselves and others when there is the presence of police in a situation where someone's in crisis. TTC Riders regularly holds workshops across the city, and we hear from lots of riders and lots of stories just like this. It's important to have conversations with actual riders about their experiences and also make this important distinction. In a given situation, do you feel uncomfortable? It's kind of like a scale. Do you feel uncomfortable, or do you feel in real serious danger? And both of those experiences are very valid. After all, there's a big difference between someone who's behaving erratically, maybe yelling on transit, as we've all experienced before, and someone who has real intent to hurt another person. And we need responses to that. And this is why we've called for a non-police approach for people experiencing crisis in transit. And the Toronto Community Crisis Service is doing that work. By the numbers, the TTC has seen a big decline in violent incidents, And even perceived safety is up compared to last year. I want to pull out one stat that really stuck with me. Of all the 211 calls that were made by transit riders, only 2% of them involved the police and only 6% involved special constables. This really emphasizes the appetite and the need for a non-enforcement approach for people in crisis. And you heard today a lot of people feel a lot more comfortable calling 211 than they do feel calling 911 for the well-being themselves and others around them. The police is not often the answer, but professionals who specialize in de-escalation of crises and importantly, charting a path for people who need support, who need housing, who need mental health care, or support for whatever they're struggling with is great for the well-being of the person in crisis and for that of the people around them. To me personally, a city that takes care of its people is one that I'd be proud to live in and feel very safe in. I want to end off on something I've noticed in workshops we've held. A lot of people still don't know that they can call 211 on the TDC, and some of our deputants were mentioning that too. So, let's get awareness up. It's often the first time people hear of 211 is sometimes when we're in those workshops, but we want to keep spreading that awareness. And at the same time, expanding the crisis service to be proactively deployed across the TDC, especially on the streetcars as mentioned, and more of the subway, would help build that connection and awareness with the public when they actually see crisis workers out. What's been done so far is a great start, so let's work to expand the crisis service across transit. We support all the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? No? Thank you so much. Miguel, last speaker.
Good morning, Mayor Chow.
Is your mic on?
4 years of services. This is your last.
Your mic is not on.
Oh, mic, it's not working. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I just want to say thank you, Mayor Chow, for your last 4 years of continuous service for the City of Toronto. This is the last executive committee of the year before you guys going on break. So I'm trying to connect my iPad. I hope it works this time. Last time it wasn't working. Technology. 1 second, please. Can I get some help? Yeah, sorry. Absolutely. I'm a little bit challenged today.
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I'm here to say that.
Can you put the mic back on?
I'm a person with mental health issues and physical disabilities. And I want to say that I support the recommendations for this program, the crisis response, because it seems to have a success, and as the report says, it's going to go evolving and increasing as well. So one of the things I want to share with you is this flyer, where perhaps this is something that the community can assist to enhance the crisis response. We can learn how to use this wonderful equipment, the naloxone. We can learn how to use the drug testing kits, et cetera, et cetera. This is something that we should be perhaps considering. Suicides account for almost 75% of men in Canada, in Ontario, in the city of Toronto. It is sad, but it's true. Last week, we have a wonderful event in my community. We were celebrating a barbecue. We have a great time. I invited the mayor. Thank you so much for acknowledging, and I understand you're busy campaigning. But unfortunately, tragic happens. We lost a resident to mental health. That person committed suicide. And we are going to be meeting as a community this Wednesday, tomorrow, to discuss how we can heal together and overcome these difficult challenges of mental health. So I want to thank you for the Toronto Police Services for open up the opportunity for this pilot project. If it wasn't for the police services to support this 211 service, we could have been, doing the same repetition, losing more members of the disability community. But now it's not going to happen because we have a 211 service. And again, I support the recommendations, the financial recommendations to increase staffing. And I want to also recommend, please, Mayor Chow, let's talk transitional housing, and it's an important component that needs to be addressed for members of the community that have lived for a long time in encampments and in the shelter system. If we are going to invite residents to live in Toronto housing, let's make sure that they receive the proper services. And the idea of mixing all residents versus young residents is a bad idea. It has to be strategically done. The Housing Secretariat has recommended the housing strategy to the TCAC. And this program maybe is a success, but it has a problem. There is an issue related to lack of sleep for residents. We're not unable to sleep during the night, and affects us. So we have to be conscious where we put the new residents that are coming out of the encampments with mental health, traumas, addictions, et cetera, et cetera. So 2 recommendations: let's continue training and the use of the naloxone, although we know that they're incorporating horse pills, veterinarian products, and you cannot revive a person with this. You can use it 3 or 4 times, we will not be able to revive them. Only if you have a defibrillator or you have an airbag to resuscitate that person. Unfortunately, everything is being handled by the staff. I will encourage to empower tenants so that if you have received the training, why not give it to someone who may need it instead of waiting for 10 minutes to a community service unit to arrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you for your time. We ready to, any questions of the staff on this item? Yes, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions for staff. Can you share more about how the dispatch system from Toronto Paramedic Services will work alongside 211? What are the outcomes that we're looking for with the multiple pathways?
So through you, Mayor, the dispatch integration with paramedic services will allow the crisis team to be readily dispatched through the 911 system. The benefit of that would be decrease the call transfer time and allow us to identify quickly more calls that would be appropriate for the crisis team that make its way into the 911 call system. Residents and the public will still be able to contact and reach the service through the 211 door, so that will not be a change for residents. The dispatch system is only to help us integrate a quicker response and to work with our colleagues with paramedic services to accomplish this by Q1 of 2027.
Okay. Thank you. The early findings from the TTC pilot are encouraging, and thank you to the speakers who shared also the importance of that and the impact on their kind of experience of the service, especially the 98% diversion rate. I've spoken a lot about the need for the service on our streetcars, and I just want to confirm that TCCS is available on streetcars. And can you also share how we're working to make the TCCS more accessible on other TTC vehicles as well?
So through you, Mayor, the pilot so far within the first 6 months has shown that it's been effective. Some of the learnings that we are taking from the pilot and hope to build on by the end of the year when we receive an evaluation report from MAP
Center for Urban Health Solutions, is for ways for us to increase the pilot to be able to, the service to be able to respond to more calls across the service system. Currently, you are correct. We are able to respond to calls that come in on surface routes. And part of the goal is for us to work with the TTC to increase opportunities for us to respond to those types of calls throughout the years.
And with looking to increase call volumes, can you speak a little bit more to how you're working to address response times? Also, as a frequent caller to 211, it is varied in terms of what the response times are. I was glad to see kind of the reporting of this and that the response times have improved, but just how do we make sure that that is consistent as the service demand increases?
So through you, Mayor, we'll be monitoring the response times as part of our regular quality assurance work. The crisis service is on average alongside other similar crisis services across North America with our response time. In particular, in the TTC pilot, we've seen the response time be as low as 5 minutes, given the physical presence within the U zone. So we will be monitoring this and working with our crisis teams to identify ways to increase response times and also identify if we need additional vans and additional staff on the road to respond to the broader call volume that we anticipate.
Thank you.
Any other question? Oh, Councillor Carol Rock.
Yes, and I see Chief Jala just came into the area. I want to ask a question that is actually a follow-on from an economic development, a question that I asked Chief Jessup's annual report. Touched on some of the technological pieces that we still need in 911, and one of them is getting to the point where 911 is better able to, in real time, have the various first responders know who's closest, who's getting there, am I really needed? Or can I go on to another call? That sort of thing, which was the promise of Next Gen. But I asked him a question, is that happening now? Can we get to the point where 66% of fire calls are medical? Could there be fewer of those? Or could they be shorter calls? Because they know more quickly that paramedics are already on scene and dealing with the patient. But this report adds another question, because he did say soon, but this report adds another question. If we're sort of more connecting paramedics dispatch to TCCS dispatch, have you had the conversations to make sure that we're dealing with the issue of police have to decide in some cases whether TCCS is going, or does that become a matter of dispatch now? And the assessment happens right with the communications officer?
To the chair, that would happen at the time that we get the call. So right. Yeah, those are the decision points that we're still working on to integrate, as Mo touched on, in terms of the integration of the dispatch function within our own communications center. Those are some of the decision points that we're going to be working on to decide, do police also need to attend? Are there aspects of the incident that require police attendance? And those will be incorporated into the final implementation.
But potentially we could get to where it's no longer they must go first, more of a, because we can move faster, it can be they can arrive together and quickly put it in the hands of TCCS.
Sure, there's a potential for that.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions build on my questions to one of the deputants around the importance of the expansion of this program having always a built-in evaluation. Can you give us just a high-level picture of how it's grown from part of the city now to onto transit, and what is it that you do to evaluate post this pilot in the U and the next phase?
So through you, Mayor, we've always integrated evaluation to the development of the crisis service since the initiation in March of 2022. We worked with CAMH at that time to do 2 evaluation reports, one of the 6-month part and then one of the full year part. And those learnings and findings have helped us improve the service along the way. Similar to that best practice, we are also working with the MAP Center for Urban Health Solutions at St. Michael's Hospital to evaluate the pilot and to provide recommendations and findings that we will be integrating as we consider what expanded service looks like across transit.
Speaking to the question of increased impact, you mentioned the evaluation that's being concluded. Is it accurate to say that in the work that you're doing, there are healthcare-facing partners? So there's a piece here around interacting from the municipal level and the interventions that we make here, including through all first responders, Toronto Community Crisis Service. But there is a kind of a need for a healthcare system, provincial role here for a handoff when people are needing, what they actually need is healthcare service. Can you talk a bit about how, what you're doing and learning, or how much healthcare practitioners are part of the evaluative process to make recommendations about how we can best do this work?
So through you, Mayor, certainly healthcare partners are key to this work. Our existing community anchor partners have as part of their ecosystem. Community health centers have part of their ecosystem of referral partners, specific supports around counseling and mental health supports. So healthcare partners are very much integrated into our overall service design and service delivery. And in the intentional selection of St. Michael's Hospital and their partnership in this evaluation, we're trying to ensure that we're able to lift up any gaps and opportunities for advocacy in terms of intergovernmental ask as part of this evaluation.
Thank you. I think certainly all of the systems that are, in addition to healthcare, the child welfare system, workforce questions, corrections, all of these things are provincial jurisdiction. But thank you, that's really helpful to hear that there are partners with expertise that are going to be looking as we move forward about what we can be talking to the provincial government about in terms of supplement. Once we have a person in crisis, there has to be a handover when they need extra help. So thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you, just a few quick questions. In terms of the work to promote the services available, we heard from the deputants the importance of that and making sure that folks who are on the system are aware of the services that they can connect in with. Can you talk to us a little bit about what work is being done to promote this service and how folks can access it?
So through you, Mayor, we've worked with our colleagues at the TTC to have a regular announcement on the PA system in the U zone to indicate that there are supports available at various different stations. We've also worked with our colleagues at TTC to promote the Safe Transit app to let riders know they can use that app to access supports. And we've also, as part of our ongoing Make the Right Call campaign with our colleagues in communications, have an ongoing campaign where we're promoting the crisis service both in subway stations, but also above ground at various different transit bus shelters.
Great, that's helpful, and we'll look at some of that work as part of hopefully a next budget process. In terms of the, one of the things that had come up was just the time sometimes that it takes for a response. And this is just a high level question. I don't know if yourself or maybe someone in TTC can respond. But I'm aware we have like the emergency strips. So if you are in crisis, those are typically available within the subway. What is the function of those? And could those also serve to potentially deploy TCCS workers to the places where they're needed?
Sure, I'll take that question. So through you, Madam Mayor. So when someone hits a passenger assistance alarm, an alarm goes to transit control. The train, if it's in the tunnel, will not stop in the tunnel. It will stop at the next station. In the meantime, the operator has already contacted control to let them know what car the alarm is on at, and then there will be appropriate response personnel that will be attending at the station. We have a variety of different response personnels. We have customer service agents in each and every single one of the stations during peak periods. We also have station supervisors. And based on what the operator and the response personnel see, we will triage to our transit control center to get the right level or the appropriate response personnel to deal with the situation.
Great. So the example that was shared with us from one of the deputants was a person in crisis, erratic, shouting potentially self-harm issues and, creating a feeling of unsafety, but not directly being unsafe, immediately to others. Would that qualify as an instance where it'd be appropriate for a TTC rider to press the passenger assistance alarm button?
Yes, it would.
Great. Cool. That's all of my questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
To speak. Seeing no other question. Councillor Carroll, any other speaker?
Yes, I just wanted to speak to the evolution of this, and I also chose to speak because while we're just receiving and this update will be ongoing and the expansion ongoing, it needs to be said that the police are very much in favor of this. Because I think if we remember, if we go back to 2020, we weren't so sure. When we were moving this motion in June, we weren't 100% sure how they were going to come on board. But we are now in a place where it's still out for consultation, but we are working on yet another reconfiguration to uniform mental health crisis response because we can, because the service knows the success of TCCS and has faith in it. They're now looking at that shift of there are things we could be doing. We're doing quite as much here. We're seeing that Next Gen 911 is going to deliver the technological pieces we need. They've even implemented on the non-emergency line, they're working on training large language models, not just to take non-emergency calls and send them off, but there are people hoping to avoid, a full-on uniform response. Maybe they don't know about 211. They call the non-emergency phone line, and in fact, someone needs to pick up that line quickly because sometimes it is an emergency and they're reluctant to sound that much alarm, but you can tell that the crisis is there. And so they're very much in favor of the expansion and very much sort of willing to shift away from this because they've firsthand witnessed the success that the TCCS workers have on site. And so the handoff, they're more and more willing to do the handoff. And the kind of bragging about the success of the program in this report is showing up in their reports in another room. So I think we're definitely on the right track. It's been a journey from 2020, as Mo knows, but it's certainly going well. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I have a motion in front of you. Basically is to expand the crisis workers service to all TTCs. Why not? They are needed. If you look at the result of the pilot project, you're looking at 2,840 people in crisis, just in that U shape. And then they were dealt with by these crisis workers. Think about the impact of these lives, almost 3,000 lives, being able to have referral, a listening ear, some form of care, referral to appropriate services. And then there's another group, 783 of them, that have thought about harming themselves. And you heard from Miguel about the tragedy that when you lose a person in a community of suicide. And we all know that during that period, the 10, 14 days, if a person is considered harming themselves, if you have a crisis intervention during that period, their lives can turn around. I happen to know a lot about this area because I worked for 2 years as a crisis intervention worker at the Toronto East General Hospital, now called McGogarren Hospital, in the emergency service. So looking at these figures, thinking about the 783 people whose life had been altered in a fairly dramatic way by these crisis workers, tells me this is a service that are really, really much needed, not just in the lower part of the TDC, it needs it across the entire subway TDC service. Now, these workers already are deployed across the city, but when we first set it up, they're not allowed to get into the subway station, or at least they are not asked to go into the subway station. So we piloted it. So the original piece is a step at a time. The City of Toronto, working with the police, working with the community agencies, working with experts, said, let us start this crisis intervention team. And it started smaller, didn't cover the entire city. We came on and said, let's just have it cover the entire city, and we evaluated. We had partners, we have mental health experts, it's always through evaluation, facts-based, look at the figures, look at the impact. Yes, then it's across the city, and we thought, okay, why not the TDC? Then we piloted it. Is now I'm pushing it to say, let us just do the entire TDC. A step at a time, a plan together with all our partners, and you're seeing the success of it, lives being influenced, and in some case saved. But one element is this: we are a local government using property taxes. Mental health, the word health, is a provincial federal responsibility. And we need to talk to our other levels of government, other orders of government, to say, please look at this data. Look at what we have done, step by step, following through with the police, with mental health experts, with the community. Look at the impact it had. And they need to be involved. And they need to see the kind of success we have, and I'm sure other municipalities can use it too. So I'm very proud of this service, and I hope that you support this extension to across the city. Thank you. And I have Councillor Brafo and Councillor Perks.
I think that we can claim that pride, and when it comes to the creation of Toronto Community Crisis Service, in partnership across so many elements of the city, it's interdivisional with the support of all the police and paramedics. This has grown with evidence and data built in, so we can take that to the provincial and federal government and say we have the data. And the responsibility for healthcare and for other systems that are broken belong to them, particularly the provincial government. There's something here that I think is really important to lift up. As a TTC commissioner and a daily transit rider and a daily subway rider, I can say I agree with the deputants that the ride has gotten better. There are fewer incidents. There are fewer less sense of insecurity. People are getting help. It was also super fast today, I have to say. And I think that we should recognize that this is leading work, not just in Canada, but globally. This is leading work, and we should lift up the fact that this local government can do so much innovative work, because it's building on people's real experiences, and we do it here openly. We do it. You can look at you can look into how funds are being spent down to the dollar for this program, studied all the way through. In terms of to understanding what other elements of the city, I think it's important to remember that there are shelter beds that are held back, because if a person is in crisis, sometimes what they need is actually to come inside. So that's Toronto Shelter Services and supports. The other things that are really crucial around the long life that this intervention has includes the fact that there's a high rate of people accepting help to create other kinds of plans to make their life better. So that's an incredible success. The innovative work of involving healthcare practitioners, people with relationships with hospitals and expertise, means that we're opening a line of communication with the provincial healthcare ministry and the federal government so that we can demonstrate that property taxes have funded this innovation, but what we need is a massive amount of provincial help, so that when we find a person who's in crisis, when they accept help, when they're ready, there has to be a handoff. There's a lot of effort being made in the interdivisional work with social development, the Toronto Shelter Division, to really have a more care and case management approach to people. Where's the care and case management on the other side? This is finally, I want to say, there are people that say that things don't happen at the local level and that they want to be proud of Toronto. This should make every single person proud and every member of council proud. And I want to thank the mayor for coming in with a very clear agenda and understanding that for quality of life, this is a really important piece of work, and for transit riders, it's going to make life so much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Perks.
Thank you. Lately, for reasons, I've been reflecting a lot on what government is for. And I think today we're at a moment where we can answer some of those questions of what government is for. Questions like, what is efficiency? And what is safety? And whose safety matters? Thinking about efficiency, you know, the conversation in public and here and in the media for years and years and years seems to be efficiency is a department coming in with a smaller budget this year than last year. And that's it. That's the end of it. And that, of course, is nonsense. Efficiency is using the right tool for the right job. And here what we've done is looked and realized we didn't have the right tools. And instead of just saying to all the other departments, you know, cut your budget, we actually made an investment. We're spending money developing a new service and, frankly, training people to deliver a service that has never been delivered before, and building out a whole cadre of people who have the skills, training, and so on to help people in crisis. So, and the outcome is we spend less money in the long run because we're sending the right people at the right time to do the right job, instead of sending the wrong people who are very expensive and getting the wrong outcome. It's a case for why government matters and why we are the instrument by which everybody invests together to make everyone's lives better. That's efficiency. Well, thinking about what safety is, there's a conversation about safety. Safety is a couple of things. Safety is actually reducing the amount of harm done in a community. And this service very much does that. But it's also whether people feel safe. And I think there's a really interesting thing about this service and helping people feel safe. We actually have a service, and more people have heard of it. I know, knocking on doors and talking to constituents, people now know that we have something called community crisis response. And the fascinating thing about that is, if you're just an ordinary person and you're like me, a daily transit rider, you see somebody acting in ways that are unusual to you and maybe a bit frightening, because you don't know what to do. You don't know why that person is behaving that way. You just know they're behaving differently from how you behave and how you expect everyone else to behave. But because we've created this language, this service, this thing that people see called crisis, now people riding the subway understand that person is not a threat to my safety. That person is a person in crisis. So by creating a public service named that, we're giving everybody the tools to see in an empathetic way what is going on in their city around them. And that's a remarkable accomplishment, and it also contributes to people's feeling of safety. Now I understand what's happening with that person, and I understand that, you know, as a citizen or a resident of Toronto, through my government, I'm contributing to this not becoming a harmful outcome. And that makes people feel safer. And finally, I think there's an important question around safety for whom. Too many times I've gone to town hall meetings and so on talking about safety in the community. And it very explicitly becomes safety of people with relative privileges. I don't feel safe because of those others. And because we're now talking about creating a service where I'm safer because that person with fewer privileges than I am is getting services, is a radical transformation in how we think of safety for whom. And it's a little, you know, it's not a direct comparison. Think about this service and then think about ICE. And you get a sense of why Toronto is a leader and why what we're doing here is so important.
Well said. ICE, yes. Any other speaker? No? Deputy Mayor Moreland?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just am so jarred by that comparison, and I just wanted to say I want to congratulate and thank all the members of our leadership team who have been part of this work since 2020, including the councillors who helped to get it off the ground. I know I was very proud to stand with Councillor Bravo as part of the expansion when we did move forward with that, and now we're in TTC, and we are hearing and seeing about the positive impacts. I share the sentiments we heard from many of the deputants today about the heavy heart that we have to carry through the city when we see neighbors struggling on our streets and those in deep crisis. And in this type of program, this type of service targeted at those who need it most is building and supports the culture of care that we have here in the city that we're all so proud of. And I'm incredibly proud to be a member of this council, having been part of this great work. So I would be remiss not to say that, Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, and want to echo the thanks to staff for this report back. And every time we get a report back on the results of the Toronto Community Crisis Response Service, we see, as has been mentioned, what a worthy investment it is. And I say that especially as my downtown communities had the benefit of this pilot program before it was expanded citywide. And we know that expansion of the program has continued to strengthen its impacts and its effects, especially as we are grappling with some really big challenges as an outcome of cuts to important life-saving services from other levels of government, particularly the provincial government. And it's getting people access to the services that they need in the emergency moment, in that crisis moment, but also in the long run that is so important to us. It's the diverting of appropriate calls from other emergency services, making sure that, as we have said here, and we'll say it again, I'm sure, that every single one of our emergency services is spending their time in the right place. They're able to implement and act on their unique expertise and power, and making sure that Torontonians have the right response to what they need in the moment. And we need to keep growing this, and we've heard that very clearly here. I've heard it in the communication that has come to my office because the demand on this service, as we share more, as there is greater public education about its effectiveness and there's greater experience of Torontonians with it, we need to be able to keep pace with its effectiveness and its success. And we need to be expanding it so that Torontonians in every part of the city, and especially in our public spaces like public public transit are able to get the benefit of the service wherever they need. And I know that we have talked about this for quite some time, but making this available on across our TTC lines is so critical. And thank you, Mayor Chow, for moving that forward and for making sure that we are advancing this without delay. Thanks to all the SDFA staff who've worked on this. We can't do this service without our incredible community partners who are at the very front lines of this work every single day, and to ensure that everyone who calls to make sure our neighbors and folks in our community are getting the support they need have their calls answered. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Seeing no other speaker, all those in favor of my motion to extend, opposed, carry. Thank you. The item as, that's it. Okay. Thank you. We have item 3.
Release those, please, Mayor?
Toronto Community Housing.
Sorry, Mayor,
You
could
have a few
release
that you
those
want to
so the
release.
staff could go. I'm just trying to release that.
Go ahead.
Shouldn't have to sit here all day since I'm ready to release them. Thank
Item
you so
18.
much. That is item EX 33.23, amending the composition of the city's appointments to the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre Board of Directors. To release that.
Okay, all those in favor of recommendations in the report, item 23. Those in favor, carry. Thank you. About 18.
And item AX 33.18, Customer Experience Division Biannual Data Review Insights from early 2026, which also now includes parks, which weren't on anything previous to this year. So with thanks to staff, I'll release that. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Councilor Carroll, are you still here? Did you want to hold the fire? Councilor Carroll is not here. Okay, we'll hold it. Thank you. We will do that at the end of the meeting for a closed session. Item 3, we have one speaker, Mangal, TCHC AGM.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my laptop to get connected.
It's coming. Can the clerk-
Yeah, here it goes. Okay,
perfect.
fantastic. So last couple of weeks ago, there was an article in the Toronto Star that says that the audit reveals a rising staff expenses. And today we are discussing the increases on staff salaries for a number of people on the TCAC board. And I'm not here to discuss why or not they are entitled to get more money. I think if they work hard, they deserve it. However, I want to focus on the story that really is awakening call for you, Mayor, since you're running to be for the next 4 years, is that Toronto Community Houses faces a state of good repair that will affect the livelihood of residents if we don't have funding after the year 2027. The report says that we will need $4.5 billion. And I agree with the report that we're going to need a lot of money to invest in our state of good repair. On defense of the landlord, I want to thank them for taking a chance increasing the unit turnover for people with disabilities, especially people in wheelchairs. This was approved last month at the TCSC board, and then they are hoping to increase up to 50 accessible units every month as possible at the cost of $80,000 to $10,000 per unit conversion from a standard unit to accessible unit, which is very important. According to this story on the Toronto Star, so $4.5 billion is needed after if you become the next mayor of the city of Toronto. And we really hope that you become the next mayor, because we have some budget pressures. As you can see on the red line circle, the increases of maintenance, operation and maintenance has increased and will continue to increase. And I hope there could be an appetite to solve some of the issues related to disabilities. And the good news is that we need the money. And I want to say also, Olivia Chow, I really thank you for your work. But I'm not going to talk about it right now.
This is not campaigning. This is a City of Toronto city space. No electioneering, no partisanship, not running, not launching the later.
Okay,
let's focus on TCXC.
TCXC, all right.
Not me.
But in a good way, Mayor Chow, in a good way.
Still.
Okay, so.
It's not legal.
So $100,000 is what they have allocated for turning over a standard unit into accessible unit, to convert it, $80,000. In the case of people with mental health who are requesting a soundproof unit, it seems that the cap is only $27,000 according to this invoice. $27,000. So I'm here to request you, Mayor Chow, as the landlord, because you at the end of the day become my landlord, that we need money to convert those accessible units. This is very good news. But also, I want to emphasize the need also for mental health disabilities. TCAC has made the wrong decision to start eviction procedures against me because I have not accepted to move to a unit that is not soundproof. And on August the 4th, I may be evicted from my unit. Unfortunately, they said they don't have more money. They had done a little work on the ceiling, but they forgot to do the flooring. They forgot to do the soundproofing of the walls. And that is wrong. Come on, I have seen many times how many times budgets have been approved, billions of dollars. When it comes to the Toronto Police, money gets approved. Anyway, please, provide us the money.
We hear you. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, any question to the staff? Okay. I have a motion in front of you, really dealing with an aging stock, the need to do deep renovation to make it energy efficient, in some cases rebuilt, like Regent Park or Alexander Park, and looking at the funding sources. So this is a report back for next year, but a comprehensive plan dealing with aging stock. And while we deal with it, we would also be able to, if we have the funds, to bring in air conditioning and, cooler air in the summer and warmer, let's say if it's heat pump or geothermal. So this is the motion asking for TCXC working with our city staff and city manager to have a plan. Okay, any questions about that? Okay, all those in favor of the motion in front of you, the item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Item 4. No, pardon me, 16 is the next one. Report on the Municipal Autonomy and Effective Local Governance Program Advisory Body, Douglas Earl, Charter City, Toronto. He's not here. Oh, is anyone that is here? You have a presentation. Okay. Go ahead. I think there's a slide deck being given out right now as we speak. Okay. Can clerk provide some support? Oh, no, you got it.
Fantastic, great.
We are ready when you are.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is David Delgran. I'm here with Bruce Ryder. We are the co-chairs of the Municipal Autonomy and Effective Local Governance Program Advisory Body, which is a mouthful. We are here to present our findings and recommendations of the work we've been doing on behalf of the City Manager's Office, reporting to the City Manager's Office over the past 6 months. So as part of the your agenda, you have a report from our group. In it, we ask one key question, which is, can Toronto effectively govern itself in the interests of the residents while operating under current provincial municipal arrangements? Our conclusion is that there is an imbalance in the relationship between Toronto and the province. This imbalance is related to the municipal's constitutional subordination, and the report argues for a rebalancing of the relationship to enhance local decision-making and intergovernmental cooperation. Looking at the current state, there are two core political challenges. The first one is provincial interference with local democratic processes, and the second is fragmented and uncoordinated decision-making among governments and agencies. Together, these challenges reduce the city's ability to act decisively on matters important to the city and its residents. And as you well know, Toronto is one of the largest governments in Canada. So effectively, the city doesn't have the ability to make decisions that can't easily be altered by the province. I'll now turn it over to my co-chair, Bruce, to talk more about our findings.
Thank you so much, David, and good morning, Mayor Chow, and good morning, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. This is quite a long and complicated report in some ways, I think, but I'd like to summarize the main thrust of it by reminding everyone of the principle that's expressed in the preamble of the City of Toronto Act and in Section 1, Sub 2 of that Act, that it is in the best interests of the province and the city to work together in a relationship based on mutual respect, consultation, and cooperation. I think that's a principle that everyone in this room subscribes to. It's a very important principle. The province, however, while committed to that principle in theory, has often disregarded it in practice. In other words, the principle has proved to be more aspirational than reality, and it's a theme of our report that this is a very serious problem at a meta level that affects all of the city's work and needs to be addressed. And needs to be addressed, we would suggest, urgently. It's not something that should be postponed in our view. And the fundamental legal problem stems from the Constitution that municipalities are nowhere recognized as a distinct order of government. And municipal institutions like the City of Toronto exist because the provincial legislature has decided that they should exist, but the Supreme Court of Canada has made it clear that the province is also free to alter or even eliminate municipalities as it chooses. Municipalities have no secure autonomy. And our report suggests that that is a nub of the problem, that we really need to try to rebalance the relationship between the city and the province. There's been conversation going on about this for many years. Legal scholars have addressed the issue. There's a wide consensus that this problem needs to be addressed. City government is important. Cities need to be recognized as partners in confederation, not as subordinate governments that can be altered or eliminated as provinces see fit. So our report suggests, if you can advance, please, David. Our report suggests that there's a need to reset the relationship and renew the City of Toronto Act with a new city charter that would express the same principle that the province has already agreed to, a relationship built on mutual respect, cooperation, and consultation, but seek ways to make the province's commitment to that principle more reliable. And one of the important ways of pursuing that goal would be to amend the Constitution, a single province amendment through Section 43 of the Constitution Act 1982, which allows an amendment that would apply just in Ontario to be reached by the Government of Ontario and the Parliament of Canada. This is people think, well, constitutional amendment, it can't be done. But this is a procedure that allows outdated provisions of the Constitution to be amended through a simple single province procedure. It's been used 8 times. And we're suggesting that it can provide a very important pathway to resetting the relationship between the province and Ontario municipalities, so that the relationship truly would be one based on mutual respect, cooperation, and consultation in reality and not just in theory. So we've suggested, and it's just a pathway that we think deserves very serious consideration, and that the public ought to be engaged on, the importance of enhancing municipal autonomy and the possibility of pursuing a constitutional amendment. And we've suggested that it would have a structure that more or less allowed for the negotiation of charter city agreements with Ontario municipalities. And once they were agreed to, they would become protected in the Constitution from unilateral interference by the provincial government. They could be changed, of course, but changed through the principle of mutual consent. And this would give a kind of equal status to potentially to municipalities in Ontario if this were achieved. That would be analogous to, say, the relationship between provincial governments and the federal government, or between Indigenous nations that have negotiated modern treaties and the other levels of government. It would finally place municipalities in a position of constitutional respect, which frankly is long overdue. So this is our suggestion. At least generate public discussion about this possibility. And as I've said, it's not a novel suggestion by us in this report. There's a broad consensus amongst legal scholars who've addressed the problem of unilateral provincial interference in municipal autonomy, that this is the best and most promising path. We've also suggested in our second recommendation in the report that a city charter, the development of a city charter and the possibility of having it constitutionally protected through an amendment along the lines we've suggested really needs to flow out of a process of robust public engagement. And in that regard, we have to say that we're disappointed in the recommendation that the city manager has made accompanying our report to have it subject to further study with another report to come back to the executive committee a year from now. Frankly, that strikes us as the wrong approach. We focus, another theme of our report is the importance of public engagement on this issue. We've witnessed egregious and repeated interference in municipal autonomy from this provincial government. It's time to say that enough is enough, and that it's time to explore new ways of providing protection to municipal autonomy and open up conversations with the public about this. It's not time for more conversation behind closed doors. It's time for public engagement. So that's another important recommendation in our report, that this should be this issue should be the subject of robust forms of public engagement.
Thank you, Bruce, for those that very passionate. Just two quick more recommendations to make. One is this one's kind of more immediate, that the executive committee here create a new advisory group to continue this work. So as mentioned, we had 6 months of work that went into this report that went before you. Where our recommendation is, rather than waiting a year for a report to come back, is continue with the group either reporting to the city manager again or to city council directly to continue to advance the discussions. And our last recommendation is to start gathering feedback and share the report. So if there's a potential in current City of Toronto tools, such as the Listening to Toronto survey, to start gathering feedback from the public about how they would perceive a city charter or any additional municipal powers for municipalities, in addition to sharing the full report with various organizations such as the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and sharing the report to provincial and federal ministers and ministries that regularly engage with the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo, you have a question to Deputant.
Yes,
Madam Mayor,
thank
if
you.
I can go on the list.
I have a couple questions. One is about the Montreal City Charter, and like there are two charters in Montreal. I understand one, it's the charter that outlines. Oh, I see Councillor Holiday's here first. Maybe we go.
I didn't see him.
I'll start again after.
Actually, Councillor Bravo, can I hold, can you?
Yeah.
You mind, because I just saw Councillor Holiday, sorry, I didn't see him. Councillor Holiday, yours to ask question.
Thank you,
Go
Mayor. May I ask how the team would identify a legal issue, a municipal issue?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question there, Councillor.
How do you define a municipal issue?
How do we define it? Broadly speaking, it'd be any issue that impacts the residents of a municipality. Certainly, there's a lot of overlap between municipality, province, and federal, but basically anything that impacts the City of Toronto.
How is overlap dealt with?
It's one of those questions where we need the legal framework first before we can have the discussion about what exactly what powers are solely municipal versus solely provincial versus have the overlap between the two. So our recommendation is to get the legal structure first, and then to questions such as that about what exactly belongs where, to have that robust discussion.
Councillor
How does the
Holiday,
City of Toronto?
If I may just quickly, I appreciate the questions. They're very important questions and difficult and challenging ones. And we found in our deliberations that, as an advisory body with 11 members that met 6 times over the course of 6 months, there were some issues that were overly complicated and challenging for us to be able to write a report about that could address them in a useful way. So I think it's fair to say that what the report has done is tried to identify pathways towards securing better municipal autonomy, but has left the details of the negotiation of the division of responsibilities between municipalities and the province and the nature of the relationship between the two levels of government has left that to be worked out in negotiations.
Okay. How does the City of Toronto Act define all of that today?
The City of Toronto Act defines many powers that the City of Toronto should have. It is no secret that there's about half as many councillors in this room, as this building, as there otherwise might have been, because the province came in and cut that one power that was defined in the City of Toronto Act. So essentially, the Act is only as good as the province that wants to uphold it. And as we've seen, the province chooses not to uphold powers that the City of Toronto should have.
There's diverse opinions on how many councillors should be there, but I just want to go back to, if we look at the City of Toronto Act, what are the gaps that you think need to be addressed?
Fundamentally, the largest gap is that the City of Toronto Act can be amended or overridden by this province at any point.
Okay.
So whether it's the individual powers there, whether it should be taken in or out, that's one discussion. The larger issue and the focus of the reports and the focus of the couple of recommendations there is that as long as the province has the ability to override any of those powers, then do those powers actually exist?
So do I understand from the answers I'm getting that the flaw or the problem that you're trying to solve is not a breakdown of responsibilities or abilities to do things. Sometimes you hear that, right? The ability to tax, the ability to make decisions. It sounds like it's the unilateral ability to override these decisions that you're concerned with.
I think, it's fair to say that that is definitely a theme of the report, Councillor. It's not the only concern, though. The opening sections of the report, I think, do I hope, a very helpful job of outlining the problems with the current relationship between the city and the province. We talk in the report about rebalancing or resetting the relationship, and we discuss a political imbalance, the imbalance of powers, if you like, but we also discuss a fiscal imbalance, an imbalance between the fiscal capacities of the city and the scale of its responsibilities. And those are, when we talk about rebalancing the relationship, we have in mind addressing both of those problems.
So if there's going to be a further public discussion about this, we all understand that governments come and go. And politics shifts like sand below your feet. And what may be disagreeable today is agreeable another day. But how does one warn the public about the potential for a local government to run amok and do things like raise taxes uncontrollably, or implement services which are duplications or different service levels? And I live on the edge of the border of Mississauga, and so there could be two very different worlds on either side of the Etobicoke Creek based on autonomy. So how do we get the downsides out there so people understand all of what is before them?
I think what you're effectively discussing, broadly speaking, is just democracy in action. So what I mean by that is, if your residents are complaining to you about various bike lanes in the city of Toronto, do you say, okay, I'll take that and kind of go back to council, or do you say, well, the province is taking that over, go talk to them? Like, it's one of those things where if you have clarity about who's doing what, then you can hold the democratic officials responsible for the decisions they make, and at election time or in between, make your vote count.
Yeah, and I think it's a question. It's a question, Councillor, that but that any government has the capacity to take action that is perhaps not best for the public interest. What we're trying to do with this report is not just secure municipal autonomy, but also promote more effective local governance. Mm-hmm. And one of the concerns we have, the risks you describe are of course equally present with a provincial government. What we're trying to achieve with the report is greater accountability to the needs and wishes of the local population that at the moment are not well represented at the provincial level. And some of these issues are...
Thank you. Sorry. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Councillor Bruffel.
Yeah, thank you. Just before I start with my questions, I think we fully understand, because every day as councillors we're dealing with planning decisions, speed cameras, bike lanes, et cetera. So it's more about the purpose and whether the vehicles are matching the purpose. So I just wanted to briefly, is that the one place where there's a charter in Canada right now, there is the charter that was agreed to between the provincial government and the City of Montreal, and then Montreal itself has its own charter for rights and responsibilities. This is different than that, correct? What you're recommending, not to go the Montreal route? And just keep because I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, no, I think so. Vancouver's also had a charter. We could even speak of the City of Toronto Act as a charter for Toronto.
So it can be...
So we are envisioning a renewal of the City of Toronto Act, and we're envisioning a robust public engagement process in the development of that renewed legislation, and the possibility of giving it constitutionally protected status.
Okay.
That's different.
And that's where we're going to get to in the end, I think, because there's a couple of directions here. One is you mentioned going to sending the correspondence or the findings to Association of Municipalities of Ontario and Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Given that there is no constitutional recognition we don't have powers at this level of government, by having the big cities be the only ones that would have those powers. Was there any discussion at the table about the peril of weakening the municipal movement? Because I raise this because right now, to get funds, the Mayor of Toronto is working with big city mayors, with other mayors in Ontario. How do we attend in the daily to the urgent needs that our residents have? Because that's a way of representing them, right? By ensuring that intergovernmental conversations put municipalities at the table. So that's a sensitivity that I have, because I also think this level of government needs to be able to make decisions that are not immediately overridden.
If I can perhaps give an analogy here, the day-to-day is, everything you kind of mentioned is kind of like the operating budget, and we're kind of talking about the capital budget here, which is the longer-term planning. So certainly you got to make sure the operating is done, that all the decisions are made, that the immediate fires are put out, and at the same time you have to plan for the bigger, longer things.
Well, we do them together, so there's no way you can do an operating budget without a capital piece. But I hear you on the question of the prospect for this route, having this public discourse with the residents of Toronto, kind of carving out Toronto differently from the rest of municipalities in Ontario. There was the Bill 5 decision. So I was chair of an organization that was sought intervenor status at the time, and there were some other. There was a split decision, 5-4. That's the closest we've ever had. But ultimately, we're talking about opening the Canadian Constitution. And correct, right? The appetite for opening the Canadian Constitution isn't very high in Canada, but there are, I guess, the question of how do we handle Indigenous title rights and at the Bill 5 interveners, there was an interest in ensuring that First Nation governments are able to also have that status. So has there been conversations through this charter municipal autonomy table with rights holders, Indigenous title rights holders, with a separate level of government there that would be when we have nation-to-nation agreements? So I'm just wondering, because we have a reconciliation action plan that is very important in guiding our work.
Right. And of course, that is a very important principle, Councillor Bravo. And again, it was not possible in the limited time we had to engage in that kind of breadth of consultation, but it will be very important going forward. The report really emphasizes that the city's government is enmeshed in a web of relationships with other governments, including Indigenous nations. Just a quick point on opening up the Constitution. I want to be clear about that. That doesn't relate to the Section 43 amending procedure that we're pointing to, because that's been in that sense, the Constitution has been opened up repeatedly. That phrase is usually used for national amendments that require the approval of most of the provinces and the federal parliament. We're speaking about a single province amendment that, as I've said, has been used 8 times over the years, and it provides constitutional flexibility that isn't available when you have to go through those more.
I do understand that, but if we get to that place,
5 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to say, but I think the question about how it impacts Indigenous people in this country and that government deserves study.
Of course.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes. It's I sort of skipped right to the democratic process at the end when I was reading the report, because I don't think you get there without. And the focus, you have a real focus here on engagement, which is interesting because the City of Toronto Act, it is a charter, you're right, but it was kind of the inside ball charter. It was the things we must do right now. So there was literally no consultation. There was a communications plan. We talked about why we needed it a lot, and we thumped our chests, and then it seemed to generate a lot of letters to the editor that were in favor of it, and then it happened quite quickly. But now here we are. If we're going to ask for something far more robust, then you're you're positing that we have to have an ongoing education process. And we can set up the committee in the new term that you speak of, or whomever is here will do that. But you seem to want much more from us in terms of an engagement unit that really is drawing them in and then making that sort of an ongoing engagement process. It would be like listening to Toronto, but it would have to happen on a regular basis, sort of thing. Is that sort of what you're envisioning?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair, Councillor Carroll. It's another theme of the report, that a robust process of public engagement aimed at renewing the City of Toronto Act and developing a more robust city charter, and pursuing the possibility of having it constitutionally protected so that the principles of the City of Toronto Act that I referred to earlier, expressed in the preamble and in Section 1, are respected in reality. And I think it's important to recognize that the unbalanced relationship between the province and the city means that the voices of Toronto residents are not being heard. Mm-hmm. Think of the proposed expansion of the Billy Bishop Airport, and we can think of so many other examples. We would like to see the public engaged to recognize that the structural imbalance in the relationship between the province and the city is a significant part of the problem that needs to be addressed. And I think it's really important to engage the public on that issue.
So here's my question. Has the committee looked at how you would change that engagement model? We're very good at engaging the people who want to be engaged. Mm-hmm. People who want to be engaged always turn up. We know their names. And they might number in the thousands, but we all know them quite well. But there has to be an engagement process here. There has to be a way to get to the community that doesn't even know yet this discussion, and that these are the things we need. Mm-hmm. And so are you open to something kind of like the big, I can't remember what it was called, that the federal Liberal government did, and it fizzled at one point, but it was trying to get at the question of proportional representation. Mm-hmm. What was that assembly called? I can't even remember what it was called. Citizens Assembly. Thank you, Councillor Perks. You almost need to do something like that in this city, wouldn't you agree? Yes. Because you need to engage the unengaged if you're going to make a big change like this. This would be a very big thing. Yes. And so we need to really have a way to be able to prove that it's deeply understood if we're going to get, constitutional reform and so on and so forth.
And I'll just point out, if Bruce wants to add more to this, that Section 4 gives consideration to that as well, engaging those that are not typically engaged, and gives several strategies about how to do so, including something similar to, a citizens' assembly like that.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea, Councillor Carroll. And one of the other suggestions that we raise in the report is the possibility in the next municipal election in 2030 of putting a ballot question that asks the citizens of Ontario whether they're interested in in the city pursuing actions to strengthen municipal autonomy. And of course that raises difficult issues about exactly what can be asked and so on. But I think it's really important to be engaging the citizenry, but also engaging all political parties at Queen's Park on their interest in pursuing the path that we've outlined going forward, because we'll of course have a municipal election in 2030. That's also the last possible date or year in which the next provincial election could be held. It could be in 2028, it could be in 2029. As we know, the government could call an election whenever it likes. And I think it's really important that we have our eyes on enhancing conversation with the public, but also with political actors at the provincial level.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions? Seeing none. Councillor Holyday, I assume you want to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. An interesting read, interesting information, something that I would characterize as opinion in some points. I heard enough is enough today. I heard egregious examples. And I guess that all depends on who you ask. But I wanted to go back to what was central to this discussion. I always think there's a healthy conversation to be had about who does what. And how do you define a municipal issue? How does Toronto see what its issues are versus what other orders of government see as issues or local decisions? I actually think the heart of many of our problems has to do with us disagreeing with maybe a service level of the province or disagreeing with money with the province, and then we go and do our own thing, or we duplicate service or augment service, and there becomes overlap in services, and it becomes inefficient, and it does lead to problems. Perhaps there is an opportunity to take a look at the City of Toronto Act and really focus in on who does what and whether or not that act is answering all those questions properly. To go to the next level, though, to create a constitutional change, I think is quite a significantly different thing and can lead to many, many places. And I'm not sure that that full conversation is out there with residents. They understand the pros and the cons. And they understand that, albeit tongue-in-cheek with the description, but the province of Toronto and how it would suddenly become different. And actually, it wasn't even clear from the presentation of whether this is an advocacy for change for the relationship of all municipalities in Ontario and how they relate to the provincial government, or if it's just about Toronto. Because there were some examples of, I guess, voices not being heard. I heard things about bike lanes. I heard Billy Bishop. And again, it all depends on who you ask and who agrees or disagrees with where things went. But I suppose I would be very cautious about embarking on even the recommendations that are before us with staff as to whether or not that's a good use of public resources, understanding that the heart of this would be a significant constitutional change that would involve the federal and provincial governments. I'm not sure that we'd see alignment on that. And perhaps the energy is better spent taking a closer look at who does what and looking at what's within our power and what's within our span of influence to negotiate with the province. There was a very interesting thing in the report about local versus regional transit planning and maybe some examples of where that didn't go as it should have or isn't efficient. And I think a logical person sees how important it is to plan for public transit on a region because people they don't stop at the border of the city. They move in and out of the city for lots and lots of reasons. And so that's a great observation about how things could go better. But I guess it comes down to if you're going to go out and ask questions on a ballot, if you're going to ask people, do you think this should be opened up and there should be some strengthened municipal autonomy, I accompany a question along with that, and that would simply be to the local resident or the neighborhood to say, are you still interested in being part of Toronto? I think you might be surprised with some of the answers to those questions. So, if you go down that path, I think go all the way and talk to people about the realities of this, that if the city suddenly got newfound powers, that they could potentially increase taxes or create new taxes or something like an income tax. They could begin to develop new services that were never even contemplated as a municipal service, potentially, depending on how all this is structured. And that makes for a very different life inside the City of Toronto than the surrounding municipalities. And I think people really need to understand about where that could go. Because I said in my questions, governments come and go, and what might be relevant or topical today could change into something else very, very different later on. And I guess be careful what you wish for, because I don't think you can take it back once it's in place. So my advice to the committee is actually not to go down the path even in front of you with these recommendations, but change this something in a little bit more nuanced into talking a little bit more about who does what and really identifying the problems that exist and trying to solve those problems with the tools that we have, including the City of Toronto Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion that
supports the recommendations of the Program Advisory Committee to both share it with AMO and FCM, but also allows them to continue their work. The reason it says consider is because it wouldn't be in order if I didn't put that in. The reason, first of all, I want to express my gratitude coming out of the motion that I moved with the support of Councillor Jamal Myers. I want to thank the Program Advisory Committee for their very, very thoughtful, intelligent, and dedicated work. The reason that these citizens joined this advisory committee, this Program Advisory Committee, is because they love our city. And they want to make it better. That's why they're doing this work, and I really credit them for the amount of time and energy that they've put into this. They see what I see, and I believe most of you already experience on a day-to-day basis. We have a dysfunctional governance framework in Canada when it comes to cities. The word city isn't even mentioned in the Canadian Constitution. And we see cities around the world, whether it be Europe, Asia, throughout the United States, that have forms of city charters. Historically, we've even seen nation states, city-states throughout our history. But in Canada, we have this anomaly. And because we are Canadian and we live in Canada and this is our life, sometimes we're in this bubble and we don't recognize how bizarre and wrong this arrangement is. Where, Doug Ford doesn't only have the power as Premier, and any Premier for that matter, but Doug Ford doesn't just have the power to just willy-nilly decide to, intervene in road safety matters, governance elections in 2018, for example, or planning or a wide array of other matters that he simply just if he gets up in the morning and decides to do it, he can just do it. He really could make Toronto a borough of Mississauga. He could change the name of Toronto to Ford Nation. I mean, I know that sounds satirical, but the problem is it's true. And that isn't good enough for us. In 1867, Canada was largely agrarian. Cities were an afterthought. They were handed to the provinces as sort of like, here you go, you're a creature of the province, and the province can do what it pleases. But now over 80% of Canadians live in urban areas. Cities are where most Canadians live. And cities have the highest level of expectations by the residents, but the least amount of powers to be able to get results. And as was said earlier, a city charter is both about providing cities the tools to be able to achieve the results that their residents expect, but also provides more accountable and effective governance. Because rather than having, look at all the motions that we pass at council that ends with a request of the province. How absurd is that? And then it may happen, it may not happen, nobody knows. What if we actually had the ability to make a decision on behalf of our residents as a locally elected level of government? And to respond to Councillor Holliday's fears, if residents like those decisions, they can re-elect their elected representatives. If they don't, they can choose other people. That is democracy in action. I love it. It should be a very vibrant, real conversation on the ground where we can have these debates. The diversity of opinions is actually wonderful. In fact, we wouldn't have a healthy democracy without them. But we should be able to do that, and then we should be able to make decisions, and people can either agree or disagree. When I've raised this over and over again over the years, some people say, oh, what about Meech Lake? Or are we going to get into all sorts of other issues that we don't want to open up in these big constitutional debates across Canada? The path is far more simple. A single province amendment simply means that if we have a friendly provincial and federal government, at the same time, if the stars align, this can be done. It can be done anywhere in Canada. The debate over exactly what taxation powers or no taxation powers, or do we have purview over this or that, should we include healthcare or not, all those things is a debate that we should have if we have the allowance to have a city charter. I welcome that debate, and maybe one of us might have one view and I have a different view. That's wonderful, that's healthy. We should engage Torontonians about what that looks like. But we're not even allowed to do that yet. So I'll conclude by simply saying, please allow the work of this, this wonderful group of Toronto residents to continue and support these efforts to be able to engage the provincial government, opposition representatives, and at the federal level too, and colleagues in other municipalities to have finally a conversation about how do we empower cities to do what most people already think cities do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the time. We usually recess at 12:30 for lunch break. For lunch, yeah. I see I see 3 questions. I also see the fire chief sitting here for a morning. I'm wondering whether you folks want to, this will go past lunch anyway. Can we take a quick switch and have this item after lunch? We'll come back, okay, after lunch. But if there's any chance that we could go in camera right now, deal with that fire item, it'll take 5 minutes. And then the chief does not have to sit here for another 2 hours. Okay?
Just a couple things. We need some time to clean out the room and to change WebEx. So we may run it past 12:30. So I would.
Yeah. Do people feel comfortable just us going to camera? It will take 5 minutes to clear the room, and then we'll come back after lunch to do this item and quickly deal with the fire.
I'm happy to move to extend to complete the agenda, so we don't have to take a break. I think if we can complete both of those items, I'm not sure.
I don't think that's possible.
No?
That's too much. Okay. So can we, okay, so why don't I do this? We will step this item down after lunch, okay? Immediately after lunch, we will clear the room. We will move into camera, deal with the chief's item very quickly. It's not, pardon me, it's not, sorry, it's not the chief item. It is the people in equity. This is dealing with the collective bargaining as to relate to the fire report, sorry. I need a motion to extend to complete that item. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Can we excuse folks so that we could deal with that bargaining item?
We're going to put up a motion to go in closed session. We need a motion to go in closed session, which we're
Session in order to deal with a negotiation item.
There we go.
And it is, members, we have an item that requires a closed session, deals with human resources, and this is item EX 33.25, and that we, the Executive Committee recesses public session to meet in closed session to consider the following items. This is the collective bargaining with Toronto Professional Firefighters Association, Local 3888. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
So, clerk, to close the meeting to members of the public and to provide only access to committee members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. The live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Thank you for being here. Hmm? Hmm.
Which is running, okay, we can go to the public session, we're good now?
You done?
Yeah, we're.
We're adjourning for lunch.
Do you want to deal with the item and then we're,
Okay.
so we just need, council.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley, you
Thanks.
moved the recommendation in front
Yes,
of
Madam
us.
Mayor.
All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Thank you. Let's adjourn for lunch. And we'll be back then with item 16 with Councillor Bravo and Perks asking questions. very fast.
They're in shell shock right now.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just have a quick motion, quick amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it quickly.
Yeah. Do we have quorum?
I've asked Paul.
Yeah. We'll call our meeting to quorum. And let me just quickly dispose of a few items. Item 28, Deputy Mayor Molly, you have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, and sorry, just for my colleagues, you might be getting picked up on the mic, so I just wanted to give a heads up. So yes, I just wanted to, with thanks to staff, I do have a motion, a small revision. If clerks can help me scroll down.
Don't worry about it.
It's
It took 1 minute. Just hang on. Deputy Mayor Morley, just keep talking.
Yep, thank you. It's just to include some work specifically on youth shelters and youth service provisions within the housing continuum. And there it is there. So City Council direct General Manager, Toronto Shelter and Support Services to include as part of their strategic planning a focus on the youth sector, including engaging with youth serving agencies and youth with lived experience, developing program guidelines and approaches for youth residing in shelters, supportive housing programs, etc. As we continue to do this really, really important work, in working with community members serving this population, they've highlighted some opportunities to continue to work closely with the city as we advance, and I just wanted to make sure that that was brought forward to the table and with support from staff, and my thanks to them. That's the amendment. Thank you.
Talking to and consulting with young people, especially homeless young people, is always good. All those
That's right. We want to interrupt that cycle and make sure that they can be well housed, well supported long into their futures and not have a lifelong situation of chronic unhoused or underhoused. Yes. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Sounds good to me. All those, oh, sorry. Oh, it's not a fast item. Sorry, I thought there was only one.
I just have a question about the motion.
Oh, okay. You know what? Sorry. Deputy Mayor Molly, I thought this was...
It probably is simple. I'm just, is that replacing two or
in addition?
Added
in addition. Sorry, there was hubbub going on. So
it's just in addition to the recs from the Housing Advisory Committee.
Okay, so we're not
changing anything from
getting rid
them.
of the A, B, and C next.
No, correct.
Okay,
it's one just in addition.
Okay.
Councilor Bravo?
Because I like those.
Thank you. I just want to thank Deputy Mayor Morley for bringing this forward and for working with staff on this. I think it's an important piece that's going to come forward in the new year, and it will be helpful to all of the 6 operators that serve youth in the City of Toronto, including one where we'll be opening a new shelter in my ward. Thanks.
Excellent. All those in favor of the amendment, and the clause is amended. Those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. And 29, oh, we have a speaker. Cheryl Case. It's online? Okay.
She's not online.
She's not online? Is Cheryl Case here? Okay. Does anyone have any question to the staff on this item? If not, can you move, any motion needs to be moved? No? All those in favor of what's in front of us, opposed, carry. Thank you. So, 2 items left, 16. And the letter that I have, which is 33. Okay. Thank you for letting me do that. I was just trying to clear the deck a bit. I think the fire chief was very appreciative that he can get back to work. He's a busy guy. Okay, sorry, we had Councillor Matlow that was speaking, and then I saw 2 questions. One was Councillor Bravo, and then Perks.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask the committee's indulgence to waive the rules? I need to ask a follow-up question to the city manager.
All those in favor of changing the procedure to allow for a question to the staff, Councillor Perks.
Yeah, so the report recommends a number of things asking you to do a number of things to continue to advance the conversation. This motion actually has council sending it to other bodies and governments. During the deputation, Councillor Bravo asked them if they had consulted the Mississaugas the credit, and they said no. For something where we would be considering changing constitutional relationships, do you think that part of the work that needs to be done before council takes a position on this would be that government-to-government conversation with the Mississaugas the credit?
Mayor, yes, that would be one element for sure that will come forward. And just to provide just a short piece of context about our recommendation in the staff report, because this was not a staff report, the body of it, it was the advisory body. It was to do just that, to allow you, since you asked for this work to be done this term of council, to hear the report from the group, which I think is excellent. But then our staff recommendation is for us to go and take this report alongside some other considerations and then report back to you as council with some of those pieces. And identifying this, you've raised an important one, but there may be others that we need to raise as well before we move down the line with other pieces of work. So this was not an attempt in any way to delay it needlessly, but it is for us to bring back to you some other considerations that we want before we go out.
Thank you. That was the only question I had.
Okay. Councillor Bravo, did you have a question? Same question? Oh, question to remover. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow. I just saw your motion briefly, but I don't think it's been shared with the committee. So if we could display it again to understand it more. Can you restart the time? So.
Oh, sorry, my apology.
I'll end fast. The question I was asking the authors of the report was in search of trying to understand how we move through this conversation in the best possible way. As I was sharing with you, I worked at Maitri Foundation for 10 years with Alan Broadbent, an urbanist who's been wrestling with these questions. We participated in the City of Toronto Act work to address this. It's insufficient, but since that time, the understanding and the adoption of positions here at the City of Toronto, including the land acknowledgement that we do in the before we start, mentions that there is a treaty with the Mississaugas of the Credit that covers this area. It's beyond Toronto, but so how do we handle that when we're taking a position when we haven't had that nation-to-nation conversation yet?
I appreciate your thoughtful question, Councillor Bravo, and to be very clear, if you look at item 1 in the motion, Councillor Perks' interpretation that in some way this changes something impactful, I wish it could. This is the work that I want us to do. This doesn't do that. It simply forwards the item to certain parties. So we can forward the item to anyone, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, and I'd be happy to make that amendment. But it doesn't, it's forwarding the item. It's not making changes with or without anybody. And quite frankly, we routinely, as you know at Council, will move motions requesting that the different levels of government or other parties see things that we're working on, and we never, frankly, mention the Mississaugas of the Credit. So I don't know why this would be different than that.
It's because what we're talking about are constitutional relationships and the authorities that there exist. We're talking about this entire thing is about giving more authority to this municipal government. And there is a responsibility that we have because they're title rights holders here, and they have made an agreement with the Crown. So my understanding of having done some work through the economic development side, very lightly, is that the conversations happen from the government of the City of Toronto with the government of the self-governing autonomous Mississaugas of the Credit. And so the challenge I have is that we're forwarding to other entities. We can't just forward something to them. They're implicated. And one of the things that was cited was the Bill 5 fight over the halving of council. Now, I think everyone here is working on the same premise that, and I applaud your efforts.
And your
but there
question
is, but there were those, but at the time, there were Indigenous voices that joined as interveners around this question. Can we figure out a way, is there a step where we can ensure that this entire effort, would you be amenable to having, with staff taking this forward with some, additional, whatever you need, that you feel you need to do right now, so that we don't create an unintended problem for ourselves as an order of government that's made commitments?
I must admit, I'm unaware of the problem that you're referring to by forwarding the item to the other levels of government. I would fully expect that if we are to actually move forward with some substantive initiative that we want to engage other entities, other governments, Mississaugas of the credit, all critical stakeholders in this conversation, that everyone should be included, and definitely the Mississaugas of the credit need to be meaningfully engaged. But this is simply forwarding an item to the attention of other governments.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, is that you can't say they're just like every other group. They have a treaty with the Crown. They are an order of government. And when we're talking about constitutional arrangements, we have to recognize that we have an obligation. We said it at the beginning of the meeting, and we have a plan. Like, I legitimately think that this should move forward in a good way, but it has to happen. You have to work, there has to be a conversation with them first before we can start taking a position as council and sending it off to other entities.
But this isn't a position.
I don't know how else to be clear on this, but I appreciate the chance to ask these questions.
No, I appreciate that. I must admit, I just don't, because I don't know, maybe you have some understanding that I don't have, and I acknowledge that. But I don't fully understand. We're not sending a position. We're effectively sharing the work that's been done with those governments. We're sharing work that has been done, and we're saying, please read this. Like, it's not.
Okay.
I don't know why we
5 minutes. Guys, okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Is there other questions to the mover? If not, let me try, because I'm hearing. Does it just to you? I'm just trying to solve something here. Can we say something like that? We refer it for the city manager to consult with the Mississauga of the credit, and upon his agreement, forward the item to all of the above. The leader, you don't have the power to do so. Okay, I see. All right, I see. And that's why we wanted to bring back. So you need to, in order, if we are to consult. Just, if I may, because I think we're still asking questions, if I may, to ask the question to the city manager. Let me just try to see whether we could accomplish everything here. To our city manager, if we basically asked you that to establish a new program advisory body, and so the solicitor to continue to analyze, consult with Mississauga Credit, and then, you need to bring something back one way or another in order for us to move forward? Right.
Okay. Council has not provided some, I would feel a bit uncomfortable for us to go out and consult, because I'm not sure what we're consulting on, because council has not yet received the fulsome piece of this. So this is a staged process in which, technically this wouldn't have come to a committee. This is a advisory to the city manager, and then I would, with the team. We've done it a little differently for good reason. I'm not arguing that point, but I do think the step of bringing something to then provide me and the rest of the team direction as to what to do next would be a helpful piece.
I see. Okay, gotcha. Never mind. I was trying to figure out how we could insert the Mississauga credit. Okay. All right. My apology. You had question to, and can we come back to a question to? We were to the mover of the motion. We changed the order a little bit for staff to answer question. Shirley Carroll.
My question was still of the city manager, because I've lost a little path. I've lost a clear path here, because I actually am taking to heart Councillor Bravo's concern. And if we take the very, the stuff about meaningful engagement in the actual report, it talks about, real engagement for input's sake. If what we've decided is there hasn't been a conversation with any First Nations governance, the referral to them means that what council is deciding on may have to include their input. They may have input that isn't here yet. And so I don't see us forwarding it on to other orders of government. I see us referring to staff to show this report to them, perhaps with the members of the advisory, and then come back to us with a finished product. Is that the path we're talking about now? Okay, because if there's no point in stopping to consult them unless the finished product may change as a result of that consultation, and we need to allow for that to be the case. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you. As long as that's the path, I feel more comfortable.
Councillor Shan, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to get a sense, because I know Councillor Matlow mentioned, and
Sorry, are you speaking or asking a question?
No,
or are you asking a question to Councillor
staff,
Matlow? Sorry?
Asking question to staff. Is that okay, or is that? Yeah, so I just want to ask staff, maybe just to clarify, Councillor Matlow mentioned there have been multiple instances of things that we forwarded to other levels of government. Has there been any examples of a situation where we forwarded reports or anything that we haven't taken a position on? Usually what I've seen is we take a position and we communicate that position to other levels of government. And in this case, it's a bit of a, send this off to other levels of government without having had the time to take a position or take. So just want to see if there's been previous examples of this.
Sorry, so Mayor, not in the example of what was set up by council in this case. The way this was set up, it was to provide advice to the city manager, which then we would translate into something to bring forward to council. And the reason you set these bodies up is they're very sound advice about the elements that we need to take into account. So just to be really clear, we're very thankful to get this advice. But we need to bring it back in a package that would then say here, and then council decides how we're going to proceed. So no, but generally speaking, these also don't come to committee for a presentation and discussion. This was a little different because of the awareness and acknowledgement of this issue and the desire to hear something back. So from a stage perspective, these advisory bodies to staff do not normally get forwarded on in this same way. These would be reports to committee or council from staff that would then do that.
So just as a follow-up question, if a report like this with recommendations is forwarded by us to other levels of government, would it be fair to assume that that would be interpreted as our position as a council?
So I suggest it could very well be, and I think the other piece of the staging of this, and let's be fair, it's because of the kind of time we're in here with this being the last cycle of council. If there is a response and desire to engage or whatever, I don't know what we're engaging on, to be quite honest with you, because we don't have direction and guidance from council as to the pieces on this. So if someone wants to say that elements of this are not what they feel should happen, again, we can continue to listen to people, but it's, I think the process that we were laying out was let us review this, let us bring you back a really sound approach to how we can do all of this well, let you take the position on whether you agree with all of that or not, and away we go, because this was advice to staff, not advice to council.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
I'm item 1 in the motion. Do you read what I wrote regarding, do you interpret it the way that I mean it, perhaps better said? That we're asking the leaders of the other governments, along with ministers, to read a really thoughtful report. Do you read it? Do you read it as though that, like, I'm trying? Do you see anything in here that says we are now declaring our autonomy, or we're doing something, or we're asking for a percentage of the HST, or we're doing something? I'm confused by why we're getting bogged down, frankly, into issues outside of what I wrote in the motion. Like, do you interpret anything other than what I wrote here about sharing this item with others who frankly, this hardworking program advisory body would like? They want them to read it and review it and consider their advice as well.
So, Mayor, the one thing I would say is that number 1 in this does say City Council. So you have not received a report from staff. You are forwarding it as the governing body to them. So then people could interpret that as, well, then I need to engage. So let's put it this way. If I received advice that had come to staff provincially, but somehow received it from the province of Ontario, I would take it pretty seriously and say, I guess I need to engage on this and put forward positions and try and convince you of this, that, or the other. So all I'm saying is you've not received anything from staff. We're in the hands of council. I'm just trying to explain to you the process that would normally happen. This was not a report of staff to council, and it was not a report of an advisory body set up by council to report to council. And so all of this has been a little different. Of course, the report lives online. It is there publicly, and I expect that many will, who have interest in it. It was not a confidential item. It's there publicly on our record. So I think the only piece that I would say, Mayor, is that the fact that City Council is taking that decision to forward it on does place it in a different context for those who will be receiving it. Because generally when we do that, we're asking them to either do something, respond to us in some way, or take some action, not just forward for information.
That's not good.
It's
not good to cut these guys out.
The city clerk advises that the way to forward it is through City Council. There's no other way to do it. Is there perhaps, if I may, maybe not to the city manager, to the clerk, like, is there a way to do this that doesn't imply that City Council has taken a complete position on everything in the report?
It's Jennifer Forks in the City Clerk's office here. Mayor, when City Council makes a decision to forward an item, what happens as a result of that is a letter is sent to whatever body Council has forwarded the item to. That Council is forwarding the item. There is no additional context put into that transmittal.
So it's not suggesting that this is like our position and we want you to agree with us necessarily unless we say so.
Sounds correct, yes.
Okay, any?
And Mayor, just so I can be clear, we are in the hands of council, and so I'm not suggesting another route that would be counter to that piece. We cannot understand a time where a program advisory body to staff has then had council forward that work and the work that's given to staff on to these levels. So it would be a change, and that's all I'm highlighting, Councillor, to you, is just that this would be different.
Go ahead and ask us. I wanted to come together. Go ahead.
So I think that we're all in alignment on the spirit of the work that's been done. That's not in question here. I think that the question I wanted to ask staff is, what would prevent we have all kinds of advisory bodies. For example, I am the chair of the outgoing or just wrapped up Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee. That committee would have loved to be able to send, yeah, but the advice came to committee. It did not come directly. Like we still had to deliberate whether we wanted to take that position. So I think what's happening here is we are being asked to, by the act of forwarding without context, it is a position then, whether, and I don't think for tacit approval or tacit endorsement of a position, is that correct or not from your perspective or not? Gray area?
So, Mayor, it may not be cut and dry, but I can just say in reverse, if I receive something from another order of government in this way, I would take it with some weight. I rarely get things from others' orders of government to say, hey, just take a look at this if you're interested. Now, I think people will know if they're interested that this is here. We've not hidden it. It's very public, which also doesn't often happen with the program advisory bodies as we set up here. So I think this is a good thing about transparently looking at the work.
Yeah.
I just feel that you as council should receive some context from staff before you take the next steps around it.
Right.
And if we had multiple meetings of council over the next few months, might be a bit of a different scenario, but based on the time we have now, it's going to be the next term of council.
And going back to the conversation about the nation-to-nation conversations, you cannot initiate a conversation about our position around constitutional questions with the Mississaugas of the Credit, for example, without having a council direction to do that, because there's nothing to consult or talk about at this time, correct?
Correct, and I would want to give thought to exactly what we would recommend as the process to do that. Even if we had direction, I think we still need to think about process. So we don't have direction, you're right. And secondly, I'd like to just think about process and make sure that it's done well.
Can someone comment on all the different ways that we're in conversations, whether it's in economic development and culture or questions that the City of Toronto has, conversations that are happening directly with title rights holders right now? Like a flavor, like a,
so, Mayor, it is multi-layered. You have an advisory group directly to council in what's currently titled the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. We have lots of staff-to-staff conversations. We have an Indigenous Affairs office that works on our behalf to make better contacts and connections with both urban Indigenous populations as well as rights holders. We have work happening around archaeological efforts and so on and so on. So it's
land development,
land development. Park. You know, we have all these things in place. So there's lots of opportunities for us to do it. Like everything else with this, we would want to do it well, as we have with every other item that we've dealt with. Try and do it to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Point of order. Listen, regardless of the intent, I'm hearing that a controversy has ensued. And that was never the motivation of the Program Advisory Committee nor myself. If I'm hearing strong concerns, then we will personally forward it to everyone. But I'm not hearing any concern about number 2, which is to allow them to continue their work. Is that fair? Okay, so I'm simply, with your support, I'm going to remove item 1, deal with that later, and then I'm going to keep number 2, and all is well, and let's move forward.
Sorry, can I see the specific wording for 2? Because this committee can direct that work, because there's no intergovernmental part.
Okay, while you're crafting the change, I just wanted to say one thing. I have not spoken. I just want to thank the team, the advisory body. It's solid work. It's important work. It's long overdue work. Because I've always thought, being a previous member of Parliament, that there's a life thing you touch the word Constitution Amendment. My God, the head blows up. But what you're saying, you don't need the 6 provinces, because under Suvi, you can do 6 provinces. You don't need 6 provinces. You don't need all the provinces and territory. In fact, you just need 1 province of Ontario. And if there's stars align between the federal and the provincial government, then it can happen. Now, I did not know that. I thank you for letting us know this. It sparks a good conversation that will allow us to say that we are the biggest city in the country and that we need to have some kind of appropriate power so that tomorrow we would not be chopped in half again, for example, or expanded 4 times, okay? Would that be fun? Because pre-amalgamation, it was like 102, 147, my God, I don't even remember. And then all across Ontario, some are amalgamated, some are not, some have regional tier, some have single tier. It's like, whoa. Thank you for letting us know that. It is important with a conversation to local folks because I hear it on the street saying, well, you know, what about our speed camera? Every time it pops up, the conversation continues. So I understand Councillor Matlow letting us to, saying that let us take what you have, and Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley represent us in AMO. Those of you that are in AMO, I think they have a meeting in August or something, raise it, talk about it. Okay, and because it is new information, and let's have that discussion, and let us have the continual dialogue. At the meantime, our staff is saying that let us take this good work and come up with a plan, come up with an action plan, consult the Mississauga of the Credit, whoever needs to be further consulted, and that we would have a robust plan, because having it in writing, you know, it's good information. But I recall the former Mayor Miller had the 1 cent solution quite a while ago, and that, I'm sorry? I still have the poster. You still have the poster? Yeah. So having a comprehensive plan as to how we roll it out, how we can be effective, how we can have a meaningful dialogue with our local residents would be really good work to do. I just hope that you will continue to be engaged and guide us and continue to have this very timely dialogue. So don't take all the procedural this and that in a way that we don't support your work. We do. We just want to make sure that it's wrapped in a perfect bow so that we come out as strongly as we possibly can. So, but thank you for, I knew if we work on it together, we'll come up with something. Okay, so what is the motion in front of us?
Mayor, I'd like to just...
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to also thank you. This is a real step forward around understanding what's possible here. This kind of convening of expertise, something that we're doing more and more of in the City of Toronto, certainly in the committee that I chair. We're turning the chairs outward and inviting your thoughts. I think that was tremendous work. Thank you to Councillor Matlow for bringing this to us. Any kind of debate that's happened here really has to do with what the mayor is saying, is that it moves forward in the best possible way. Because this is an existential problem in this country, 80% of people live in cities. As people that live in cities are underrepresented in electorally in Parliament. They're underrepresented. We are underrepresented in legislatures. All kinds of ways have legal scholars have tried to argue that around discrimination, racial discrimination, that there could have been a case brought forward because of we are not allowed the democratic voice that you were talking about. Every day, people in our community say, why don't you do something about X, Y, and Z? I had a meeting yesterday. It was around planning matters, about transportation planning, around e-vehicles, et cetera, because we are on the front line of dealing with all of the problems that are created by funding and policy decisions that are made at the provincial and federal level. So the fight has to continue. I think you saw here the other thing that matters about this level of government is that the democratic conversation happens live. It's being broadcast. We are having all of the deliberations together. They're not behind closed doors. And that's how we're going to continue in the spirit of moving forward on how we turn what is essentially an urban nation into the capacity for urban people to have a voice and to shape their future. So thank you very much for your work.
Yes, and I concur with Councillor Bravo that we don't want people to think we don't want to do this work. But there is definitely more work to do. I really don't want to, it's a tacit endorsement as soon as we send something to government, even if it's just for reading. And it's a matter of public record, the work thus far. I can say I like this report and in my e-blast tonight, recommend that my residents all please email this document to your MPP. It's there now. They can read it. That can happen. But there's an unspoken endorsement when the council sends it. And if we're going to do that, I'd really like the work to be 100% finished. And I think it actually needs the time frame that the city manager is talking about. It's timely for me that we're having this discussion because there's a book just out. The author was on the Daily Show last night, Ben Wickler, trying to figure out what to do about the broken politics in the United States. And his book is called This is the Plan, Changing the Meltdown that exists in democracy there. We have some difficulties in our democracy here. That's how we find ourselves in this state. And I honestly don't believe that you will ever have the right people at the table to affect all of this change without also looking at governance reform, the people, not just the rules constitutionally, but who's at the table and how did they get there, judicial reform, governance reform, campaign finance reforms, all of the above, all have to play into it, or we never get to having a table that is populated to do these kinds of bits of work. And so I would love for that. I would love for it to include that there be a section that comments on that as well, which means we got a little more work to do. We also have a very important piece of engagement that we really have to do if we are going to send something, which is giving our tacit approval. We do have to have consulted with our First Nations on these lands. And so I concur with Councillor Bravo, but like you, I want to continue to see what more emerges from this. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad we're of one mind. The motion in front of us. Please, Councillor Matlow's motion. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry item as, that's it? Okay, unanimous, all right. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you again. And really helpful conversation. Should we, if you don't mind, why don't we, can I actually add something about sending gratitude to David Delgran and Bruce Ryder for their work? Yeah? We'll just do that, okay? Okay. Opposed, carry. Thank you. It's good work. We have
Speaker,
only one more.
I don't know if it's a mistaken, Jen. Do we still need to move a public vote about item number 25?
Oh, we already did that.
We did that already.
We did it. Oh, okay. I just haven't refreshed.
We did it faster. It was just before lunch, so we did it very quickly. We have one item left, which is surveillance pricing. The letter is in front of you. What is surveillance pricing? It is, the price will depend on who you are and when you shop, which is unfair, which is price gouging, and it is not something that should stand. I looked at what is happening down in the States, and I thought, wow, Amazon, well, there's a report that is happening, and Walmart, I believe, and what goes there will be here. It might be, we may be experiencing surveillance pricing already anyway. We just don't know about it because it's often shoppers don't necessarily know. So the motion is really right in front of you to say, let us take action. Already our federal government is talking about legislation. They haven't done it yet, but they intend to. They have a policy statement about it. So given that the City of Toronto Act allow us to make price transparent, we're already do that in pet store and other places. Let us look at in all different manners under the City of Toronto Act precisely what we can do to prevent surveillance pricing, price gouging, whatever you want to call it. It is just unfair because grocery cost is already extremely high, plus the gasoline price going up. People are having a tough time. Let us find ways to alleviate some of the problems they may experience. Other speaker on this item, Councillor Bravo, did you want? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion. It complements your motion by setting out sort of the next steps. Number one, what we would ask of the provincial government around predatory pricing technologies, directing the city manager to do a number of things, including to work with the minister responsible for innovation, science, and economic development for that ministry around private sector collection and the monetization of individual user data, of which predatory pricing is a part. Same with the Competition Bureau, Office of the Privacy Commissioner, and then the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture to collaborate with the Government of Canada around the food security review they're doing, the artificial intelligence strategy review work that they're doing. But finally, using the powers that already exist in this municipality to, at minimum, ensure that people's, in the plainest language, understand that their personal data is being used, and for algorithmic personalized pricing. But at maximum would be the full prohibition of this practice. And that would be the restriction of predatory business practices through consumer protection measures and greater transparency in relation to electronic shelf labeling systems.
Okay. Any questions to the mover? All those in favor of Councillor Bravo's motion of amendment, post carry, and item as amended. All those in favor, post carry. Do I have anything else? We do not. Okay. I just want to point out this is our last executive committee of this term. I was just going to say that. Councillor Perks, should I say that this is congratulations or condolence? You're going to miss us. I can see. And one day you may show up here and say, ha! As a deputant. Councillor Perks, yeah. Is that right? Okay. Commissioner Perks, because I see. Well, Councillor Perks, Commissioner Perks, Citizen Perks, we want to thank you for your immense contribution, your encyclopedic knowledge, both institutional knowledge, but subject matter on any number of, whether it's history, economics, arts, politics. You get to the root of it all. And you can bring it down and remind us of our core value. Why are we doing this? What are we doing this for? Who are we doing it for? Because sometimes in all of this busyness of all the things being piled on, those three key questions often get missed. And you can always count on Councillor Perks to look at all of it and just distill it into one key moment or a key fact or a key, which is the hardest part, core value that makes us, that define who we are and why we are here as a councillor. So I just want to thank you for your, all the, whoops.
Until we get to council.
Well, you know what we could do? We should do speeches at council because it could work out in our favor. People made a bunch of speeches about me in 2018, and then I came back. So maybe that's what we need to do. And then he has
Is that what happened to you? Is that what happened to you? Yeah, it's just phenomenal, right? That, yeah, we're going to miss you, Councilor Perks. See, this is what you bring out to people, right? Yeah, no, thank you. We are sort of a bit at a loss as to how to function. I was just trying to figure out who would be able to give us that kind of guidance, right? That kind of clarity of what path it should be. So thank you for doing that. All these years, hard years, tough years, good years, difficult years, traumatic years. So thank you for that.
To adjourn the meeting.
Oh, meeting adjourned, folks.
And thank you to our clerks for this executive all this term. Thank you.